Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I think we need to start now. We're still waiting for the DG to finish her international commitments. I see she's here now. Then I think we should start our meeting. I just want to check. A lot of you colleagues, you've been here since 9. Let me just confirm your attendance. It's Honorable Hanif Hussein, Honorable Mpumza, Honorable Hunevald, Honorable Kaiser, Honorable Brink. I think that's the colleagues that I can confirm you are here. For now, Honorable Director is going to be joining the meeting. Not so long, she was still busy attending to some constituency issues that were urgent. Let me recognize the presence of both the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders. I can see Inkosi Mahlangu, you are here. Also,
morning, Chair.
Yes,
Morning, Chair.
I want to also acknowledge the presence of the deputy chairperson. She's here as well. Then I want to also welcome our CRL Rights Commissioners. I see Commissioner Nomalanga is also here. Welcome, Commissioner. Then to acknowledge the presence, the Deputy Minister Wapella is said to be joining the meeting a bit late because he has to first to attend to his medical appointment. But I wonder who's this Obed that is logged in here. Then I've seen a lot of Amakos. I've seen there's a lot of you. I think the deputy chair and the chairperson have mobilized. It's a lot of them in our midst. I want to welcome all of you, the leadership of the people. Then also to welcome the DG of Traditional Affairs with the team, including the DG of DCOC with the team. Then we need to then start with this meeting. And Inkosi and Mahlangu too. I can see you. You are here by meet. You're welcome. Then I should think then we need to start the meeting. Like I said earlier, we want to apologize especially to our traditional leadership. We had a glitch. I just got an apology from the DG of TCOC before we could start the meeting, and then she told me she was busy with an international engagement. Then I said, under the circumstances, then let me consult with my fellow colleagues. So there was an unanimous agreement that this meeting can delay until the DG is ready to join the meeting. Because it's the committee's view that the DG at times must take responsibility, especially the matter that we are discussing today. So the DG has to be in this meeting, and there was no way that one was going to start with the meeting in the absence of the DG. And then the agenda for today will look as follows. We'll welcome you. Then the DCOC will then present on the CWP. What the DCOC is going to present on the CWP, it will be the implementation of the audit outcomes, including the forensic investigations that they've conducted. We are informed there's been 5 forensic investigations that has been conducted. So they will be giving us the progress on what have they done, or are these forensic investigations just gathering dust somewhere in the cupboards, and the value for money part of it. Then we like the National House to input on the observation and the value or impact of the CW program in their constituencies. Same thing, Contralesa will do the same. Then we'll have the discussions on that matter. Then from there, we are going then to have a discussion on the cultural practices of initiation. I think this is a matter that's of concern for all of us. Taking stock of the number of deaths that normally happen now, also in line with this COVID pandemic. What is the position of the department in that regard? Then we'll have the inputs by the National House, the inputs by Contralesa, the inputs by the CRL Rights Commission. Then we'll discuss the matter and then have a way forward. That's how our agenda is going to look like. Then let me deal with the apologies. As I said, Deputy Minister Mapela is first consulting, then he's going to join us. Then Honorable Minister Nkosazana Zuma is unfortunately able to honor this because she has got a prior arranged line function in KZN, and hence you saw the need of us waiting for you, DG, in the absence of the minister and in the absence of both Deputy Minister Tau, because he's also meeting the Deputy President. So there was no way that we were going to start this meeting in your absence, DG. Then that's how our agenda is going to look like. But then coming to the first item on the agenda, I need to welcome all of you and put some opening remarks also for the benefit of our invitees, being the National House and the CRL Rights Commission, so that they understand where we come from. You will recall, colleagues, that this communities work program is responsible for the bulk of the department's operational expenditure. And this relates to the payments for the participants and implementing partners of this community works program. We have made an analysis as the committee for the last 7 financial years. And this is what is happening. Between 2013-13 and 2018-19, the total overall operational expenditure of the CWP program amounted to a cumulative value of approximately 15.5 billion. And then the traditional leaders will agree with me and attest to that. They see the value for it. Let me say, for the record and for the benefit of the members of the House of Traditional Leaders, it is broken down as follows. 1.2 billion was spent in 2012-2013. 1.7 billion was spent in 2013-14. 1.6 billion was spent in 2014-15. 2.3 billion in 2015-16. 2.3 billion in 2016-17. 3.1 billion in 2017-18. And 3.3 billion in 2018-19. I need to emphasize this. Since we assumed office in July 2019, this has been our considered view as a committee that there must be value for money in the spending of such massive amounts of public funds. Looking at this community works programs audit history over the last 7 financial years, the value for money for us as a committee, it's a serious concern. If you go back during the 2012-2013 reporting period, there was an irrecoverable amount of 418.6 million relating to an irregular CWP contract. You further go back to look to the 2013-14 reporting period. It also recorded irrecoverable irregularities amounting to 337.7 million owing to unlawful CWP tender awards and ghost workers. During the same period, you will recall, colleagues, the department obtained permission from the National Treasury to write off and remove from its books an amount of 804.6 million, consistent of 337.7 million and 418 million.6 regular expenditure incurred in connection with the CWP tenders in 2012, 2013, and 2013 and 2014, as well as 48.3 million incurred in 2011-12 financial year in respect of another irregular CWP contract. So to prevent recurrence of these malpractices, you recall the incumbent minister at the time committed to consult the CWP implementation manual regularly, perform quarterly audits, and communicate non-compliance matters to accounting officer on a quarterly basis. He also said that he will ensure that the unit heads compile regular expenditure report on a monthly basis. The internal audit will also then validate and submit the monthly reports to the accounting officer. Then, going back, you look at the AG's report 2014-15. The AG found that the minister had not implemented what he promised. And then you go further to 2015-16. The AG again identified the regular expenditure amounting to 429 million relating to CWP non-compliance with supply chain management. The trend then continued in 2016-17, where the department incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 329.8 million, as it does not follow proper procurement processes on the CWP contracts. You also look in 2017-18, the irregular expenditure that related to CWP contracts and procurement amounted to 344.4 million. As the major cause here was that management did not implement all the agreed management action plans emanating from the previous financial year, being the 2017-18 financial year. And this recurred again now in this year under review 18-19, where the department made payments to non-qualifying government employees on the CWP and paid for goods and services not received at the CWP sites. There was also fruitless expenditure and wasteful expenditure to the value of 151.7 million. There was also fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 765,000 resulting from non-attendance of training by the CW participants. At the same time, we're complaining that government is not assisting people to then find jobs. So these are the issues that are very disturbing, and this, I must emphasize, this is a very disturbing audit trend. The committee has then repeatedly recommended that the department considers undertaking a comprehensive review of the CW program as to ensure for value for money and stop these gross leakages. This review, I must say, colleagues, has not been forthcoming, as can also be seen from the fact that the department's presentation today largely repeats the previous promises of monthly controls and quarterly audits. Then the other issue that one wants to emphasize, you recall members of the National House, we have this program discussion with you during our meeting with you in November the 17th, And then the concern was that the CWP program does not seem to have adequate focus on rural areas, which are poorer and benefit less from service delivery initiatives compared to their urban counterparts. So we expect the department to address also this concern. That's why we invited you, traditional leaders. Also emanating from the meeting of the 17th was the recurring fatalities that have become synonymous with the onset of initiation sessions. The presentation then by the Department of Traditional Affairs, it also indicates some concerning matters for us that almost 239 young men lost their lives to initiation-related reasons between 2016 and 2019. This should be a matter of concern for all of us who are here in this forum. This is the matter that also arose during our meeting of the 18th November 2018 with the CRL Rights Commissioners. We also invited the commissioners to join this meeting today as to intensify the collaboration with the House of Traditional Leaders to arrive at working solutions. I therefore trust that today's meeting will also assist us to find one another and help us to arrive at a common understanding on these difficult matters. So I therefore would like to then hand over to the DG to lead us on the first item on the agenda. Over to you, DG.
Okay, good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and to the members, honorable members of the committee. I also want to greet some of the leaders that are also present in the meeting, the Commission, the Inkosi, leaders of the Traditional House and Deputy Chairpersons. Thank you for the opportunity. We do have our presentation chairperson, which I'm certain that the committee members would have already gone through based on your comments in your opening. But ours today is to therefore give an update with regards to the audit outcomes, with the specific emphasis or focus on the previous financial year. Whilst I do understand that the committee has, however, asked that we look at this for the previous 3 financial years. So we will take the committee through this presentation. We will also, Chairperson, specifically focus on all the negative audit outcomes and the disclaimers. And we will also look at some various themes within the presentation that Dr. Siswana will then take the committee through. And of course, Chairperson, the presentation will also just provide for us an analysis of the CWP, because there are certain weaknesses as well in the program in terms of how it was established, specifically in relation to its design. So we will also engage on that. We are also hoping, Chairperson, that the presentation would also indeed demonstrate the progress that has been made, specifically in this year. But I will hand over to Dr. Siswana to take us through the presentation, and then we will take questions and comments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, before we do that, with your permission, may I just raise one matter, please?
Okay, Honorable Wilson, you are more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, Chair, you'd recall I raised this matter previously, I think, when the initially when the DG was first appointed, but I didn't want to be unfair to her at the time, because I understood that she was going to familiarize herself with, some of the challenges in the department. And I would like to hear from her directly, Chairperson, given the synopsis that you provided initially, which is to all of us, a huge concern. What I would like to hear from the DG in her introductory remarks, at least to express her opinion on what the state of the situation is. I know that we're going to go through this program, but I think it's critically important, given the fact that she's the head of the department. I've asked previously, what role she was going to play in the department, and I'd really like to hear from her what her own personal thoughts are as the head of DCOG on this, specifically related to the Community Works Program. I think her opinions and the remarks that she makes will give us a sense of comfort on what direction we're going to move in, and secondly, the role that she is playing personally to try and turn the situation around, because this problem requires very senior level intervention from the department. So if you don't mind, Chairperson, before we continue with the presentation, I'd like to get a response from the DG just on that matter, please.
Certainly, DG. This notice of the DG, before that, I'm still on the floor. The matter that I was very diplomatic on you when you started. This notice of the meeting was given to you well in advance. We had to start the meeting late, waiting for you to come. The emphasis that the committee is raising is your accountability level to this portfolio committee. Because if that is an international engagement, we of the view that as a committee, you could have delegated somebody to do that international conference. More so, we know that that conference, there's a national head of the disaster management in the name of the Dr. Tau. We believe Dr. Tau had the capacity to handle those matters. But then it also comes to the issue of the Tuesday meeting. You didn't send an apology to this portfolio committee meeting until we had to ask, where are you? You both and the minister, yes, the minister was invited to the tourism portfolio committee, but the concern of the committee members, you are accountable to this committee, and we're discussing serious matters. It's like, that's why we want you to address it to us now today. Are you really serious? Do you want to account to this committee, or your priorities are somewhere? Do you understand what is your role and responsibility when it comes to the work of the committee? Then you can respond with both. Over to you, DJ.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think, firstly, it would be apt for me to apologise to the Chairperson and to committee members on the start of today's meeting and the request that we had made late on me moving over to the IDDR session. We should have had the foresight, Chairperson, to be able to have seen that and duly have consulted with the Chair prior to the engagement. Whilst I do understand that the Chair is saying that Dr. Tau could have handled that, I think being the first time that I was being involved in such a program, I thought it would be important that I also at least engage on the international disaster risk recovery process. Chairperson, and maybe to say just around the Tuesday meeting, I think that we do take the role that we play, and we do take the role of the portfolio committee seriously. We understand the level of accountability that we have towards the committee. But of course, Chair, we are sitting with many competing priorities at the moment, and we're trying to also really play the cooperative role which the Chair and the committee also expect of us. So at times, Chair, not that I'm making excuses, we are sitting with quadruple priorities at the same time on the same day in the diary, and we're doing our best to try and juggle those around. So, Chair, we do take the portfolio committee seriously, and we really consider seriously, our participation and how we also delegate the responsibilities to the portfolio committee meetings. Then just on Honorable Hussein's comments on the question that he had posed or comments he had made right at the beginning and where we are at now as the department. I think that all the issues that the chairperson has raised are issues that we, in the time that I have been here, have actually considered, as all these issues have come through either the AG's report or even in some of the investigations that have been done in the department through time. And there are some recommendations that have been made, which we have duly considered. And these we have already begun to also implement, Chairperson, and this you should see come through, you know, in the presentation later this morning. And I suppose we could also provide some more information depending on the questions, you know, that the portfolio committee would then have for us as a result or an outcome of the presentation. So Chair, I think I would like to leave it at that. Let's give Dr. Siswana the opportunity to present, and then we will take some additional questions. So apologies, Chair, and apologies to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
The presentation is being flouted. I was waiting for the presenter to proceed. Are we still there?
Yes, sorry, Chair. There was just a problem with regard to my computer. Madam Chair and committee members, I will focus on the first look at the background and also acknowledge the issues that have been raised earlier on with regard to the weaknesses and issues with regard to CWP. But let me also add with a few background analysis since I joined the department March this year. The key issues the key issues, Chair, that are very critical. Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
I'm listening to you, Dr.
Okay.
Siswana. Dr. Siswana,
Yes,
Siswana, we are listening to you.
okay, great. The key things that I also want to bring to the portfolio committee, just an analysis of the background. Probably members are aware of it, but I want just to add a few things. The program from its inception and up to its location to COGTA. These are the key things that we also looked at, and that probably resulted to some of the weaknesses and also the human side or the human element in the process. Now, the program itself, for the few years or the previous years, as you indicated, Chair, there was quite a number of elements that resulted to instability within the program. And those they manifest themselves in different forms, but more importantly, on the audit outcomes. But also more importantly, audit outcomes, when, of course, as you are aware, that when they emerge in any organization, there always be a human element around that. And this program also moved from different models. Firstly, it was a model that they referred to, it was referred to goods and services. Basically means paying the implementing agencies directly. That in its form and its content also created some of the weaknesses within the institution, within the program, whether the institution was ready to deal with that particular model. Then later, a transfer model was introduced, which simply means that the department will do the advance payments to the non-profit organization. That in its form and shape created some weaknesses in the system.
Your presentation is not moving.
Okay, sorry.
We're still on the first page.
Oh.
On the background, I think you are proceeding with the presentation now.
Somebody chair loaded from your side.
Don't you have the sharing rights yourself? Because that's what you were supposed to do. So that to save time, then you must be able to move.
Yes.
Because for somebody who's looking from the screen, they are completely lost.
Okay. We try to load it from our side. Okay. We'll do that, Chair, from our side. Chair, can I then in the process can I also just maybe present whilst we're still loading?
Yes,
can I do that?
I want to check from the participant, especially the colleagues from the House and the CRL, whether they got the presentation on time, because if they don't have, it's become unfair for them. Inkosi Mahlangu, did you get the presentation?
No, not yet. I'll check on my emails. Maybe it might have been sent. I'll check my emails, yeah.
Because they need to refer to. Commissioner, did you get it? Andile, what is the best way to deal with these matters than to just get stuck?
Chairperson Rufus was writing the presentation. Rufus is from the department.
So why is he not moving the slide, Rufus? Rufus, why are you not moving the slides? We don't want to see a picture of you, Rufus. We want to see the presentation. DG of Traditional Affairs, are you ready? DG Depot?
Morning, Chairperson.
Can you fly to start with yours under the circumstances?
Okay, Chairperson, as directed by yourself.
Welcome, DM. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, your apology was noted. We are so glad that you are here, right on time.
Thank you.
Do you want to introduce this, DM? Do that quickly.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, as you will all know, that under the lock level, since level alert 5 up to now, alert level 1, the prohibition of the initiation season is still on, and the cabinet in September continues to take a decision that it should continue remain suspended or prohibited. However, the minister was then asked to engage those who says they want the initiation season in December to start, and the only province that came forward at the time was Eastern Cape. And the minister then wrote a letter to all to say, if you want it, know that it's going to be under very strict regulations. And in it, in the letter that was circulated to the premiers and to the National House of Traditional Leaders and also to the provinces, was saying somebody who applies must make an undertaking that should anything happen, they are taking liability. And it seems like no one then took that offer of them taking liability for wanting to initiate to start the initiation. And we waited and waited all of September, October, it's now November. And then the letter from the Eastern Cape then finally came to the minister. And the letter was vague, was not taking responsibility. So as a result of that, it was never taken to the coronavirus command center for consideration and for us to be able then to bring in the regulations that will then administer any initiation if so be. So the matter, I think, will then be dealt with by the DG, who is the secretariat of the command virus, that they've not tabled anything that came before the secretariat for it to be considered by the command council center, because no one has submitted anything that takes on board what the minister's letter was saying. If you want it, tell me that these are the responsibilities and liabilities that you want to take. So, Chair, I think we are therefore debating this matter at the point when, unfortunately, there are different voices out there that says initiation will happen with or without government permission. And but secondly, we also discussed this matter at the point when illegal initiation schools are now flourishing all over, in particularly in the Eastern Cape and some parts of Mpumalanga and Limpopo, where there are reports of boys who have been kidnapped into the farms or deep into the rural areas. So against the suspension itself, the police have been intervening and arresting wherever they see any of those illegal initiations taking place, and quite a number of them were closed down and those children were sent to hospital. I know that taking children to hospital as part of Lona is not desirable, because it means the stigma will then follow those children. We love this culture, we want to protect this culture, we want this culture to be practiced, but the situation of COVID-19 pandemic remains a big challenge for everybody. The argument also that is out there says, why did we open everybody's shebeens, we've opened taverns, we've opened all sorts of activities, and it seems like we are suppressing the initiation itself, and therefore that is discriminatory by government in doing so. One has been explaining that not all is open. Crowds at the stadiums have not yet been opened, but that does not mean there are not talks between the sports bodies with government around some kind of a way co-living with the COVID, but adhering to the protocols. The churches are not yet in full capacity. Not everything is in full capacity. But this one of the initiation, the schools are established temporarily most of the time. They are crowded in one small initiation school. Social distancing is not possible. And then whether the wearing of the mask will be adhered and sanitizing, we are not sure, because no one had met that application that the minister says, for so long as we meet the following conditions, we will then consider your issues. So obviously it's a sensitive matter, and I know I'm already on a cross line with the traditional leadership. But I was just communicating government decision that it is still prohibited, and anyone, and I appealed to parents, and I appealed to communities, I appealed to the boys who wants to go to initiation, that the pandemic is still a threat to us, however, it's still prohibited. Should it be open, obviously it will be under those particular strict adherences. I don't take decisions on when to open or not to open. It then depends on those processes being followed. I know that in the Eastern Cape, they also raised an argument, which is the last point, that the matriculants who are writing now, they'll want to go to the initiation school because they don't want to enter university at the point when they are still boys. They want to enter university as men. And I think it's a very strong argument, but I don't control the virus or the pandemic, but also it is still prohibited, unfortunately. Should matters get better anytime sooner, we'll then have to adjust in the risk adjustment strategies that are there, which the Coronavirus Command Council can continuously do so. Eastern Cape is spiking in as far as the virus is concerned. And obviously the argument is that it's not all over in the Eastern Cape. We could be sparing other areas and then only close it in the areas where there's no spikes. But obviously that proposal submission is not there. It's just verbally, it's in the media, it's not been submitted for consideration to the Command Council, Coronavirus Command Council. And therefore, fortunately, universities are opening in March next year because of the COVID that has disrupted learning this year. And should conditions of the situation improve any other way, and then if there are still other applications to see if early in the year they cannot go, those will then be part of the considerations that are there. But the doors are open. The government is a democratic government. And we just hope, therefore, that we do not go on cross purpose in terms of words. The collaboration and cooperation that we have had with the traditional leaders during the COVID level 5, 4, and 3, 2 was excellent, and we want to keep it that way going forward. But I hope, therefore, that we found each other on this, and we hope that soon as we will be engaging with the House in terms of just coming to give a report of what had happened, where the situation is. We'll also be engaging with Contralesa to explain ourselves as government so that we do not confuse the people out there. Thank you, Chairperson, with those opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Wapela. Can I hand over to DG Tipova to lead the presentation?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members of the committee, Deputy Minister, the Honorable Wapela, the Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, our traditional leaders that are here today, the leadership of the CRL Rights Commission, colleagues, good morning. In this presentation, we just show there in the outline.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson. Chair. Chairperson, can you hear me? Good morning, Chairperson. Is the chairperson muted? Can you unmute the chairperson? It seems that...
Honorable Nkimva, you can also then first switch off your television or radio that is behind you so that we can hear you properly.
You can't hear me properly, Chair.
There's a lot of noise behind you. Your background seems to be very hectic. Did you switch off whatever was on?
How is it now, Chair?
That's better.
Chairperson, I think that maybe we should not just leave the remarks by the Deputy Minister just like that and go into this presentation. We might have lost an opportunity if we do so.
No, Honorable Nkimva. The introduction by the Deputy Minister is part of the presentation. Just that I normally allow the Deputy Minister. So if you have got issues to raise, just note, you are also going to be given an opportunity to present. Then you can utilize that opportunity to also respond, but there will be time for discussion. So he was just leading the presentation. Whatever the Deputy Minister has said, this is what we have got an opportunity to discuss. When we discuss, it includes the inputs by the Deputy Minister. And that was a preamble to the presentation. Can you take it along?
Thank you,
so
Chair.
much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we'll just pass the first slide because it just shows the outline. If we go to the second one, Deputy Minister Babela has covered the background, perhaps just 2 points to emphasize there. One is the significance of this cultural practice in our communities, that we have both summer and winter seasons, but in some provinces it's only the winter initiation practices. And just to note also as the last bullet there that there are concerns because of some of the unfortunate incidents, death cases, injuries, all the casualties that we get reported on emanating from those different provinces. But if you go to the next slide, that's this slide just to show that not all is lost, because there's some good things that have been done over the years. A few years ago, there were policy guidelines that were put in place, and we are pleased that in some provinces, those guidelines are actually being used effectively. So you will see the issues relating to registration of initiation schools being adhered to. We have seen structures being put in place in national initiation task teams, the work being done by the National House of Traditional Leaders here, but partnering with other departments, the police, social development, and so on. And we see this being replicated at provincial level in terms of the task teams that get put at that level there. And then, of course, then you have some good practices where provinces like Limpopo, there are minimal deaths being experienced. And then we've seen earlier this year as a result of COVID when there were suspensions since 2020. At the time, we're saying no casualties to date, but we have seen media reports that there have been casualties already during this summer season, as Deputy Minister Babela was indicating. And we are just confirming those numbers now with our colleagues in provinces. Talking about the best practices, this slide just shows the numbers. I mean, you'll see that we are talking about very high numbers per season that get enrolled. So Limpopo 2019 winter registering over 58,000 initiates. And if you look at the issue of casualties, they're minimal. Mpumalanga 2013, we had over the number of initiates that were registered there, but there were experiences of casualties there. And as a result, particular interventions were put in place in Mpumalanga, and we've seen those casualties going down. So in 2017, out of 26,000 initiates, only 3 lives were lost. Of course, 1 life lost is one too many, but the concern here is if the numbers keep going up, as we have seen in other provinces, that then becomes a big problem. a number of challenges there. You've got the illegal schools, you've got boys being abducted, you've got gangsterism associated with the initiation, especially in Gauteng. You've got bogus and inexperienced traditional surgeons. Concern around non-screening of initiates for health status, and we'll give some examples a little later in the presentation. And then, of course, the involvement of parents is not always optimal in some instances, as well as traditional leaders and community members. There have been reports of physical abuse of initiates. If you look at the reports we have received, for example, around summer initiations, where if you analyze the reports on the causes of death, you'll find that the majority of them died as a result of dehydration, which means that there was a deprivation of water, and the initiates were not allowed to take water. And then, of course, the increased number of deaths of initiates. If we continue with the challenges, also there's the concern around commercialization of the practice, people seeing it as a quick money spinner. And then, of course, people moving from one province to the other, especially if you look at those provinces, neighboring provinces, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Limpopo, Gauteng, Free State, and so on and so on. Those moving from the Western Cape to the Eastern Cape, and so on, and the management of that interprovincial influx, creating a challenge there. I think the third bullet is quite important, because quite often in monitoring what is happening with cultural initiation, we tend to talk more about those who die. But in addition to that, there are serious injuries that others suffer from, such as amputations. And indications are that those who have experienced amputations later experience also serious psychological challenges in life. So it's a matter that needs to be underscored, because the spotlight shouldn't just be on those who die, but also those who suffer serious injuries. And of course, where pre-existing conditions are not identified due to non-screening and the situation of fake medical certificates that get provided. We just flag here that we've seen quite a lot of these challenges, particularly in the Eastern Cape. This slide, Chairperson, honorable members, just then shows the numbers. The Chairperson has already spoken to the trends there. So it just shows the total since 2016, that you had a total of 79, 2016. When you get to 2017, 40, 2018, 60, 2019, 60. And again, if you look at the trends, you'll see that the highest number tends to be in the Eastern Cape. In fact, if you do a further analysis in the Eastern Cape, there seems to be particular challenges around OR Tambo, where a lot of the casualties seem to be experienced. So in terms of interventions, I think here we just show the work that the National House, working together with the provincial houses, have been doing, the consultations that they always engage in, the awareness raising campaigns that take place around the time for initiation, the engagements that have also been taking place involving the ministers, the meetings that were held in the Eastern Cape with the Kings, another meeting that was held in Durban hosted by the minister with the Kings from the Eastern Cape on how to address this matter, with the House as well involved. And then, of course, what was done much more recently when as a result of COVID-19, there was suspension of the cultural practice of initiation. So we we passed the winter season with 0 casualties as a result of that. And just to continue with those, to indicate some of the things that were raised during those engagements, that perhaps the issue of summer initiation should be reconsidered because of the risk of death when initiation is conducted during summer as a result of dehydration. That the role of qualified medical doctors who have themselves undergone the cultural practice of initiation should be also taken into consideration. This is being used successfully in some provinces. And then, of course, the requirement of medical pre-screening should be done in all instances, as well as the considering centralization of initiation schools, because in some of the provinces, there is a centralized process of registration Then there's a bird's eye view of what is happening in the rest of the province, as opposed to instances where, for example, initiation is conducted as a family activity, cultural practice. So that there will be 4 or 5 kids, part of one family or an extended family, and there is something that is organized for them as part of a family arrangement, but there isn't a centralized process through which, at the provincial level, there could be a clear sense of what is happening throughout the province at the time of initiation. And then, of course, increased focus on awareness raising, and we have seen also suspensions of initiations by the CRL Rights Commission. It happened in 2017 in Gauteng, and in 2019 it happened in the Eastern Cape when the CRL Rights Commission intervened. I think here just to talk about the issue of the COVID-19 and regulations. This slide and the next one, what they do is just to talk about the work that was done on customary initiation regulations to prohibit the practice as part of the disaster period. And that was done, which is why we went through the winter season without any problems. But now what we've started to do, and based on what the DM has said, because there are discussions about considering plans that can be submitted that can then allow initiation to take place, we have said, let's start looking at the existing regulations and let's see what the implications would be, because if the initiation practice is going to be, the prohibition is going to be lifted, it has to be backed up by a sound regulation. So this slide here, slide 11, just shows the work that we've started to do in case a decision gets taken to say that we lift the prohibition. Because if we leave it with the current regulations don't allow the practice to take place. So this just shows here the work that we started doing with our colleagues in the legal work stream of net joins. The next slide, Honorable Chair, just shows the issues about looking ahead, because beyond the disaster period, whatever regulations we come in, they will not apply. So the focus looking ahead is around the customary initiation bill. So that's what the next 3 slides do. Perhaps just to emphasize 2 points or 3 points out of this slide. Firstly, that the work on the bill was done during the time of the 5th Parliament, and they were passed by the National Assembly. But then during the 6th Parliament, through engagement of the leader of government business, as well as the presiding officers, the bill was reintroduced in the parliamentary process. And we're really quite appreciative of the work that the NCOP has done in this area, because even under COVID, they were able to continue to run with consultations on the bill, public hearings on the bill, briefings on the bill. Where we're sitting now, we have we've passed the proper process, the stage where provinces, the negotiating mandates from provinces had to come. We have passed the process where the final mandates came from provinces. In fact, last night, the committee adopted their report on the bill, and there is a lot of support for the bill. And the next step now will be to have a second reading in the NCOP of the bill, after which it will be referred to the National Assembly, because, stay on this slide, Mr. Mashishi, because there are amendments that were introduced through the consultation processes in provinces. So which means that the bill now has to go back to the National Assembly. And we're really appreciative of the work of Parliament in this regard, because this is going to create for the first time a national legislation that can then underpin the way in which customary initiations are conducted. So that's what those three slides do. But let me then conclude with the next slide, which is about the issue that Deputy Minister Babela spoke about this cabinet decision. Because what the decision was that what needs to happen is preparatory work that happens in each province. And that preparatory work will then have to demonstrate that there is readiness in terms of the registration of initiation schools, in terms of compliance with the protocols as well, the health protocols. So as Deputy Minister has mentioned, the only response that we have received thus far is from the Eastern Cape, where the Eastern Cape has indicated that we are ready, we would like to have summer initiations. At the time of receiving the response, it was more of a letter expressing the intention and the commitment that we will be able to run with this thing. So yesterday, in the afternoon, a meeting was then held with the Minister of Health and the Minister of COGTA and traditional leaders in the Eastern Cape and other stakeholders such as church leaders in the Eastern Cape. That meeting took place in the afternoon so that the detailed plan of the province could be presented. So that plan was presented. There was feedback provided. There were lots of engagements taking place about that plan. And the agreement was that the province will then go back to revise that plan further. And once they have revised the plan and they are happy that they've closed all the gaps that were identified during the course of the engagement yesterday, then they will resubmit. The next step then thereafter will be for consultations at the level of the Command Council as well as Cabinet. So that's where it was left yesterday. And indeed, this applies also to any other province that may then want to indicate that they are ready to run with this process. It will be a similar process where there will be a thorough scrutiny of the plan that has been developed so that the risks that are associated with initiation generally and those that would be associated with initiation under conditions of COVID-19 can be mitigated. That's the presentation, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Can I then allow the National House to say something before Contralesa?
Good morning, and thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Let me recognize and greet the Deputy Minister, Baba Obed Bapela, that is amongst us.
Inkosi Mahlangu, can I ask the DG of Traditional Affairs to first remove his presentation? Okay, sorted now. You can proceed. Okay,
no thanks, Chair. And let me greet the Portfolio Committee members, the Deputy Chairperson of the National House, who is amongst us, and other chairpersons and deputies from provincial houses, members of the National House, members of commissioners from the CRL Rights Commission, leadership of Contralesa that is also with us in this meeting. Chair, the issue of initiation is a very emotive issue. There's been serious challenges around this issue, of which we've been trying very hard to deal with. I know that I think since 2013, we've lost about 500 boys through this cultural practice. There's been many recommendations that we've made, and over and above the 500 boys that we've lost, we also have quite a huge number of those that have been amputated. You know, we have challenges where we are always saying that there must be screening, but screening, after screening is done and a report is being given to the initiate, when that initiate goes to the initiation school, you find that that report is being read by somebody that might not have, that would not understand the report. that is coming from whatever medical institution that that person has gone to for screening, of which I think it's a serious challenge. So we've been making recommendations that we need to find a way of how traditional surgeons are going to read the reports that are coming from medical doctors before they could, a person could go through initiation. So those reports should not just be a screening for compliance, but it should be screening of that individual to see if that individual is fit to go through initiation, or if there are any other challenges, because when there are chronic ailments within that initiate, sometimes it creates a bit of challenges where you would need a qualified medical practitioner to take advantage of that. And I think in other provinces, we've been able to succeed in terms of making sure that the medical fraternity is involved from the beginning. I think where there's a bigger challenge in the Eastern Cape, the medical fraternity is not necessarily involved in the beginning, but they are reacting to problems that would have been identified there. So of which I believe that that's where we are having serious challenges, because I think we are living in different times now. We're living in times where communicable diseases are very high amongst South Africans, and the same people that are going to initiations are part of this very same country where communicable diseases are a serious problem to all of us. And those communicable diseases would mean that we need to treat our young boys with serious care for us to be able to do this culture properly. So it calls for those medical doctors that have gone to initiation to assist us from the beginning. And I think if provinces could all agree that from the beginning, medical doctors have to be involved in each and every place where there's going to be initiation. I think on the first day, before anything happens, a medical doctor has to be there, just to make sure that things are going smoothly. And maybe they be there for the first 4 or 5 days so that they could react to challenges that we may be seeing. And secondly, Chair, I think since in 2013, after the death of many initiates in Mpumalanga, I think there was a meeting, I think it was an Indaba that was in Birchwood, and we came up, I think, with a 12-point plan. And I'm happy that there are some points that are currently being implemented. But I think our biggest worry is that we have been requesting that there must be a directorate within the department. And I think, I'm not sure, I think there is no clear understanding of why do you want a directorate. We've been calling for this directorate because initiation happens twice a year, and we need to prepare for it. We should not only be meeting a week or 2 days or 2 weeks or whatever before initiation, but we need, because we know that initiation always happens. So we need to deal with issues of compliance, issues of making sure that there are lists, there are people that are checking there. So it can only be a fully fledged directorate that can work on those compliance issues, because I think most of the deaths are caused by non-compliance in many areas. If you look at what is happening in Limpopo, traditional leaders are taking full responsibility and accountability for all the initiations that are happening in their own areas. And if you go to, then if you look at other provinces, through their legislations, they are also pushing for responsibility and accountability of traditional leaders for initiation schools that are in their own traditional councils. And I think it's something that is to be taken to all provinces, that if there is initiation schools in your area, as a traditional leader, you must know because with your headman, you must know that where there are initiation schools, you should have given permission to them. If there's an illegal school, that illegal school be dealt with immediately in your own traditional council, and it should be us as traditional leaders that are coming forward with that information. And I think working closer with the directorate, because we've taken the work of monitoring initiation and we have put it under the responsibility of Department of Health. Department of Health is reactionary. They come in because they want to save lives, because there are problems. But us as COGTA, if COGTA or DTA, in fact DTA in the main, if it does not take responsibility of the issue of initiation, will not be able to win this battle. Because as department, I mean, there was a toll-free number that we came up with, but because the department has not taken this as a responsibility, that toll-free number, in most cases, it doesn't work, and our people are always having concerns, and it's not properly manned, and we are unable to deal with problems that are being identified through that toll-free number, because people that are supposed to be dealing with the issue of initiation are dealing with it on a part-time basis. And if you have lost 500 young men over a period of 7 years, it's a huge number. And that huge number, it calls on all of us to take serious responsibility. So I would say the DG has touched on quite a number of issues that one could have gone into, but I just thought that let me just focus on these two, where we are saying medical doctors should come in, the responsibility of DTA, responsibility of traditional councils, and also maybe the issue of arrests, or making sure that because police are always complaining that there is no legislation that empowers them to deal with the issues of people that have been abducted and illegal schools and all those. So maybe if Parliament could speed up the process of enacting the customary initiation bill into law, that will assist us, and it will also empower the police in dealing with this issue. And the last issue was one that was raised by our deputy minister in relation to the letters that have been written to the houses, including the National House. I am still trying to get sight of the letter, because I remember a letter that we've written to the minister that culminated from a meeting that we had as the Chairperson's Forum and Contralesa, that we have consulted, and we were thinking that provinces that wanted to have initiation this year, they were coming with reports that were showing that they are ready. They were coming up with risk-adjusted strategies of making sure that all COVID protocols are followed, including addressing the issue of social distancing and all those. And I think the Eastern Cape has given us its program in terms of their state of readiness and all those. And we thought that if the province is able to prove its readiness, I think all of us must just push and try to assist them in making sure that the issues that were there before COVID, because we're still dealing with the issues of the loss of life of initiates, of which it's a problem that we still have not yet been able to resolve. And now we have COVID that is before us. So we need to work very hard in coming up with ways of how we can deal with this issue. And I believe that having a directorate that will work on a daily basis with issues of initiation could be the first step, because that's where, as the National House, with these task teams that we have, we'll be able to monitor if the recommendations that we've been making are being implemented and they are being followed up, because The biggest problem is that we meet and discuss and come up with resolutions, but there's no implementation of resolutions that we've come up with. In most cases, it is mainly because of budgetary constraints in our department. But I believe that if we were serious as a country, we'll make sure that there are resources for us to be able to save the lives of our future leaders that have been dying from this noble culture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Inkosi Mahlangu. Thank you so much. Then can I hand over to Contralesa?
Thank you very much. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard, Inkosi Nokonya.
Oh, thank you very much.
And you can be seen as well. And you can be seen as well.
Yes, I just did that. Can you see me?
So proceed, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to all the leadership. I think those spoke before me did, but I think I must also indicate that there is the leadership of the Congress of Traditional Leaders that is being led by our General Secretary, His Royal Highness Uzolani Kamkiva. Together, we are here to represent the organization, but we have agreed that I should start. I think for the first and foremost, Chair, let's thank you once more for having deemed it necessary to invite the Congress of Traditional Leaders to this portfolio committee. And secondly, indicate that we were not privy to the document that has been presented today, but we're fine with it, we understood. Hence, we are ready to respond. Thirdly, I want to make a point that in this issue of initiation of boys to manhood or girls to womanhood, I don't think that we are clearly understood. And many people think that we're talking about the circumcision because in their mind, what is uppermost is this national male circumcision that has been promoted, especially by our national government. Let me say, 3 years ago, and we know that the Department of Health has set aside over 20 million for that, but nothing for us. This is a concern, Comrade Chair, because we are unfairly discriminated against. For instance, the Honorable Deputy Minister is saying that, boys have undergone and illegal circumcision, and they have taken them to hospitals. And that clearly shows that there is a push to undermine the initiation, to undermine our custom. And we must reiterate today, make it clear, hopefully crystal clear, that we uphold the initiation of boys and girls and in terms of our tradition and culture. And our department must work hand in glove with us to promote this custom. Yes, to save the lives. I agree. And it is not in dispute that after the advent of democracy, certain ragamuffins and people who disrespect this government and law, and even the traditional institution, have taken upon themselves and to really undermine the prescribed procedures in terms of custom. Hence, it was necessary for the government to intervene. This custom essentially is a custom that belongs to the institution of traditional leadership. traditional leadership should be given powers and functions. You may know, Comrade Minister, or Deputy Minister, sorry, Chair, that we have been engaging our government as far back as 2000, that please amend the Constitution of the Republic to provide for powers and functions so that we can govern, including, of course, to administer this custom. Government having agreed with us, and they have not done it today. And that's we were expecting, therefore, the Deputy Minister, because he is the only political commissar, as far as we're concerned, to engage the government to help us to do that, and especially in terms of the custom. And again, he says, our government in the Eastern Cape has provided a vague response. I must take a gravest exception to that, because as the Eastern Cape, both Contralesa and the House of Traditional Leaders the House of Traditional Leaders correctly convened all stakeholders' engagement in this regard. And we all agreed that we must actually make a case for the government, because we're sensitive towards COVID-19. We don't want to expose our children, nor do we want our custom to be a breeding ground for the spread of COVID-19. Hence, we are committed as traditional leaders from the very onset to work hand in glove with the government. Although the government actually made a decision, for instance, to have a lockdown, they only consulted us after they have decision, but we did embrace that with a view, because it was reasonable and we felt that it was in the interest of the country, and we understood the urgency behind it. Hence, we committed ourselves to work hand in glove. And in June, we, contrary to the pressure that we had in the Eastern Cape, and in fact, and all over South Africa, because in the Eastern Cape, unlike other provinces, we have got a legislation that has been passed since 2001. And I've heard my leader here, the chair of the National House, says, well, we have not been embracing the idea of involving medical. With respect, I don't think that is correct. Because as far back as 2001, there has been health standard legislation in the Eastern Cape that has been followed in other provinces. To say that before any initiation undergo this process, the medical certificate is necessary. That is why last year, together with the Premier, we went around the province, and the National Minister, Dr. Mkhize, clearly stated that we should report certain other doctors or medical practitioners that were actually not actually screening the initiate properly, so that they could be disciplined. And as the Eastern Cape, therefore, and after we have done everything that we have done in June, by the way, I may indicate, although there was lockdown for at that time, some did undergo this circumcision closely against the law, and we demonstrated against them that, but they were not dead. But nevertheless, they did. But we never supported that. Again, now, after we met at the National House, now going to that point, and we all agreed together with other stakeholders, including South African Council of Churches, that let we be allowed in the Eastern Cape to have this initiation. And we set out clearly what needed to happen. And we all said we will comply with all the regulations, health protocols, you name them, and the laws of the country, so that our boys, when they are going there, they will be able then to undergo initiation, comply with the custom, comply with the law as well. And that was submitted to the government, to our government province, and endorsed by our government. And as a direct result of that endorsement, there was public announcement to that effect. Clearly, people had to prepare themselves. Look, people who do not understand, the initiation does not start when you open that as the Constitution Lodge, Ipuma. It happens before because there are processes. Many people here will not understand that, but we understand that they should do that. And it cannot be reversed just like that, because there are certain other things, the rituals that have been practiced there. And hence it could not be easy. And after that, then we were expecting the national government to endorse our program, because it was local government here and sphere, as well as the provincial government sphere, and they all agreed. And as far as we're concerned, we thought, and until we heard from the Deputy Minister, to our horror, that the national department, our own national department, would actually persuade the national government at least to endorse that the initiation should be undergone, initiation schools should be opened in the Eastern Cape, of course, to comply with the COVID-19 protocols and the laws. And again here, there is an act in the Eastern Cape, and that has its own prescriptions. And there is a bill at the national. I hear the DG saying, well, there is a bill that is going on truth and fraud. And as far as we are concerned, we don't even have that bill. We have got a law here. And that must be respected by everyone. And again, the national must be sensitive. The issue of traditional affairs is not the exclusive domain. It is concurrent because provinces and national should actually cooperate. Why our provincial government is undermined in this way by dilatoriness on the part of our national ministry, we cannot really support that. Hence, we are of the view then that when the Deputy Minister went to make an announcement, he has insulted us. Is correct. We have been working with them, both as the national chair correctly pointed out, National House of Traditions as well as Contralesa, and with him again. But there's nothing, there cannot be anything without us. And why, therefore, if there were any queries, did he not write to the National House of Traditions? Because he is next to him. Because the chairperson, quite correctly, because I was amazed, because we have been talking almost on a daily basis around this issue. And he has not received any response from the government. And we as Contralesa as well, we have received nothing. And why did they not bring it to our attention in September and October? And at the doorstep, and we're told then that no, it remains suspended. And the person is just, you can see his body language, that he's really not optimistic that it will be opened at all. He has not even referred to any submission from our government, which he says is vague. You see, that is why, therefore, our view, and we're of the view that the Deputy Minister, because we've been working well with him, but he should actually apologize and retract what he has done, because caused unnecessary confusion. Hence, our organization was calling that no, it looked like he's not championing our cause. Therefore, and we are calling for our own national department with our national minister, who will really look into the interest of the institution and also tradition and custom of our people. And again, Chair, there is an issue that the question of responsibility and accountability of traditional leaders. Traditional leaders, we are responsible, although there is no act law that has given us powers and functions, but we have been doing what we need to do in terms of, because we can ill afford if our custom is going to be brought in disrepute by anyone else. Hence, we are standing up and work with the government. And we're working very well with our municipalities on the ground. We're working very well with our provincial government in the province. And we don't think that that must actually be messed up by this reaction, which we feel it has been unfortunate on the part of our deputy minister. And with that, therefore, I don't think that it is correct. Let me put it this way. Again, the DG is saying yesterday in the Eastern Cape, they met with traditional leaders. It means I'm not a traditional leader. It means the Contralesa is nothing, it does not exist as far as we're concerned. I know where the acting chairperson of the House was yesterday. But he says, then they met and somewhere in PE and certain agreement were made. Why Contralesa was not invited? And they knew that where our stance is. And I find it, again, a clear trend of a divide and rule by our national department. And I want them to stop that. Because as far as we're concerned, they say, even the traditional leader who was there, he went on air clearly fortifying our stance as Contralesa that, yes, in the Eastern Cape, it must be opened. And certain other parts, like Maluti region, because there's no time, because they must start in January. Clearly, they cannot do that, which is our position as well as traditional leaders in this province. And why did they take that decision? No. We are saying the government must actually, let me put it before I make this conclusion. And in the Eastern Cape, over 20 illegal circumcision lodges are in place as we speak. And where I am, I'm just told when I was coming here to this office that not far from here, another one has emerged yesterday. And we are really must run up and down to save our children. And this would be obviated by the government, national government, having acceded to the reasonable request from the Eastern Cape so that the regulations are put in place. Let me tell you, parents from the poorest of the poor to judges, they have been calling me and of the view that it is all they are waiting for is for the government to open up and to comply with stringent requirements. They have no qualms about that. Why, therefore, there is this delay? Because this delay is going to cause what we feared, both as the House as well as Contralesa, that people will defy us and then go to the initiation school to the detriment of our children. And of course, to also undermine our custom that we value and promote indirectly the national medical circumcision that is being promoted somewhere in the country. And for that reason, I want, therefore, in conclusion, to plead with the Deputy Minister and here and now, and to retract what he has said, and to apologize, and to undertake to work hand in glove with all of us, not with a section of all of us, and with a view that this must be opened, because Contralesa and Sanko are now preparing, because the people on the ground are actually pushing that there must be a mass action around this. And we don't want that. There's COVID that is facing us, and there is a second wave that is that we must also work with government to save our children and everyone else. And we can ill afford to have this disagreement. Hence, in my view, there must be a positive statement that is being issued today to say, yes, next week, let's start with the process of actually revealing the rules and regulations. First of all, to amend the regulation to prohibit the initiation of both girls and boys from that regulations, which was signed in September, so that we can also be able to engage with this culture. And secondly, that the Department of Health, including ourselves all over in South Africa, to have these regulations. Fortunately, our fund in our document, we did point out what needed to happen there, and what must be the size of circumcision lodges, how many people must be adopted there, and how to conduct themselves. It is there, so that by Monday, and then the regulations and the forms can be issued, and then people will be told that next week, and we can even engage radio stations as well as community radios. They are happy and willing to partner with us to impart this knowledge as quickly as possible. And we do have allowed hailers that.
You have muted yourself, Inkosi Nokonyana. Inkosi Nokonyana, we can't hear you. You have muted yourself. Can somebody help to unmute Inkosi Nokonyana?
Realize that we are now not in a banana public chair. We are in the country that we fought for so hard, and that must obey the rule of law. And of course, that rule of law, custom, and must also be obeyed. And traditional leadership must also be obeyed, as well as the coming of the people that have been elected. Thank you. If I've left anything, the General Secretary can just come in. I'm sorry if I've taken more time.
Let me take this opportunity to first welcome our minister. Welcome, Minister. We appreciate you coming despite your hectic schedule. It's a pleasure to have you here. Is there anything?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there anything that the GS want to add, or the chairperson has covered everything? Honorable Mugiba?
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me greet you, Chair, and greet the members of the Portfolio Committee. But let me also take this opportunity to greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the National Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, together with the provincial chairpersons, which I see that they are in attendance, the delegation of Contralesa, all South Africans that may be listening to what we're talking about here today. Just few things, Chair. Firstly, let me say that the summer initiation season does not only affect the Eastern Cape province. The Free State province is also part of those that do take their children to the mountain during this period. The Northern Cape, the Western Cape, as well as the Gauteng. So I would like to make that clear that this is not just an issue of one province, as some want to make it to look like. Number two is that the centrality of the institution of traditional leadership is very key in this. And the department's role is to be a support function. Traditional leadership must lead insofar as this custom is concerned. I think we need to make that clear, because if we don't, Chair, we will plunge the country into a crisis insofar as, I'm talking specifically on the issue of the ritual that we are now discussing. This is a national ritual, and the centrality of traditional leadership must be respected, therefore. Number three, Chair, if you claim that you love culture, you love tradition, I think we must say the old saying that says that action talks louder than words. I think ladies like that line. Whenever a man says, I love you, he said, okay, action talks louder. Show me in the form of the action. So I want to say that what has happened with the statement that was issued on Sunday is really unfortunate. It has plunged us in a true crisis and has created confusion. And indeed, that statement, it was totally unexpected. And because we're still engaging with government, and what is needed to be done now is damage control, because the repercussion of what will happen in our communities will be worse than what we have seen in the previous years, because everything will be happen without us having monitoring it and exercising oversight. There will be an over-proliferation of the bogus initiation school, as Nkosi Nongonyane has already said so. So the sooner the deputy minister goes public to retract that statement, because his statement has caused more damage. And there is one thing that we want to put across is that children, already some of them are attempting to commit suicide because of this frustration. That you make a statement of that magnitude without taking traditional leadership on board, you just do it on your own and you say that maybe it will happen in June 2021, we can't guarantee it, we will make an assessment at that point in time. Meanwhile, we are aware that the cabinet has not taken a decision to say summer season will not happen. Instead, the cabinet has received a recommendation for the summer season to occur. The only thing that we are still working out was the mechanisms wherein we are to consider the suggested guidelines and regulations, and then for then cabinet to take a decision, having met with Contralesa as well as the National House of Traditional Leaders. Now, we see that what is being suggested that we first had to write letters to provinces and provinces to make submission. We think that that approach is only being done insofar as this tradition is concerned. And we think that's very unfair. The national leadership flowing from the president together with the National Command Council, when you announce issues that are related to alert level 1, the starting point is to say from a national level going down, things are happening in this way. And therefore, provinces will then come up with their own issues, having had the marching line from the top. So we don't understand this manner in which that the initiation is being singled out and being treated in a particular fashion, which we don't understand. As I say, a national ritual should be treated, you know, along the same lines when you deal with other sectors that are affected by COVID-19. So, Chairperson, I think it was a blessing in disguise that when we met last week, you immediately said we need to have a meeting today. And we know that this matter was not necessarily a hot issue as it is now. So I'm saying that there is an opportunity for this thing to be corrected and for it to be done right. So it is important that soon as possible, Deputy Minister Honorable Obed Bapela needs to go to register to the nation that that statement was not a true reflection of the decision of the cabinet and the president. In fact, Contralesa president spoke with the president of the country, and the president of the country gave an assurance that he was to receive a report on Wednesday this week, 3 days after the deputy minister had made a statement, which means indeed the statement was premature. So I'm saying that statement will do more damage, as Nkosi Nongonyane says, that people have started to do bogus initiation school. And you know, it is very difficult to detect something that is going to be happening behind our backs and above our heads. We don't have drones and radars to see what people are doing in dark corners if we have not been taken on board and in confidence so that we can exercise our right as the custodian and the owners of the actual custom and ritual. So we must not be undermined as the traditional leadership of the country. If people don't like this ritual and they prefer the Western form of doing things, I think they must just come and engage us and convince us through logic. It should be done in a manner that becomes very suspicious that our ritual is being set up for failure, so that there can be people who die in big numbers in order for them to make a compelling case to say this ritual is killing people anyway, so it needs to be stopped. I think there must be a very constructive way of engaging. And I repeat that the centrality of traditional leadership on this is key for it to be able to arrest all the issues that are flowing from the ground, which creates these fatalities. So as Nkosi Mahlangu has articulated, I think we are best placed to manage and monitor issues when we are given space and time and support by COGTA, by health, by police. And in that way, we will be able to ensure that there are no fatalities going forward. So thank you so much, Chair. I think that is our submission on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I allow Commissioner Namalanga to quickly say something? The Minister would like to speak after the Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning. I would like to pass my greetings and acknowledge and thank you for inviting me with CRL Rights Commission. I would like to recognize and greet the Minister, Umamu Nkosazana Zuma, the Deputy Minister, Babu Bapela, the National Chair, Members of Parliament, our Chairperson, Umamu Muthambi, Contralesa, CRL Rights Chair, and all protocol observed. I would like to make a contribution to this discussion. It is a very emotive discussion, very sensitive. I'm speaking from a position coming from the Eastern Cape. And so in assisting the panel and in assisting everyone present today, I just want to ask, when we speak about initiation, from which position are we speaking from? I am speaking as a commissioner appointed with a mandate to safeguard, to promote and protect diminished heritage and resuscitate it. So with regards to initiation, from which position are we looking at initiation? Which lens are we using? Through our democracy, we have challenges. So with the democracy, we have a challenge of the interpretation of the laws. We have customary law, which is interpreted through the lens of the Roman Dutch law. We also have traditional leaders, which are now being combined or being assisted in coalition in their government with medical doctors. I will articulate that as I go along and unpack that. We also have politics in this matter. We also have government in this matter. We also have the United Nations having interest in this matter, right? Now, I'm going to start with in the Eastern Cape. If we look at crime, crime must never be used as a lens of measuring, as a barometer of measuring the practice, the cultural practice. We've got successes, we've got challenges, we've got failures in this matter, but I will start with the success. The success of this practice is when it is done by through the traditional practice by a qualified Ingcibi, right, which is a traditional surgeon. And if we look at how things are unfolding right now, we are seeing a lot of ukungenelelwa, meaning we are seeing a lot of people purporting to be traditional leaders. We are seeing young boys also practicing and appearing as if they are Ingcibi when they are not. And so we must look at things differently in a lot of ways. We also have failures when we look at the practice today, which is perpetuated, and the failures actually perpetuate the degeneration of morality and health. Now, when you look at the practice and the outcomes during the practice, we recognize that in the practice today, there is substance abuse, there's alcohol, there's drugs, there's a commercialization of the practice, and there's also a high rate of botched jobs. This, of course, the high rate of botched jobs then brings in penal amputation. It then brings along unnecessary casualties like deaths. So we are faced with like life-threatening situations. With all that, the challenge in the end then requires government to come up with a plan to save lives. With that, government, the Department of Health, then is responsible for saving lives. And in saving lives, it's not cheap. It's very expensive to go to find donors, to go for transplants. It's very expensive to even go for reconstructive surgery. We must be mindful that that is a difficult space because people end up looking for donors, even for contribution to go through that operation. Now, I believe that prevention is better than cure. There is a lot that needs to be done. There's also the issue which I call the role of women in initiation. A lot of women have cried out to say, "Hayi madoda, abantwana bethu bayafa noko, kwanele. We cannot take this anymore." I agree with those women. But I also want to say something in relation to that, that the practice, it is a practice of men. It is a practice about men. It's a process of boys to men. That practice has never required women to be part of that practice. Ulwaluko is about amadoda. The only time that ulwaluko has affected us as women is because our boys are dying. But there are politics within this process, right? So as they put it, amadoda, they say, aliko isiko labafazi apa. This is into yamadoda. This is about men. And I recognize that. I respect that, right? I come from these communities. So I listen in an effort to resolve this thing. I'm also aware that in the process of women crying out loud about children, what you see is there's also that question mark of water when you are at these initiation schools. It is not true, number one, that I want to submit that it is not true that they don't drink water. But water is prepared by men, right? And it is mixed with isiduli. I also, as I am speaking about ulwaluko, I am mindful of the fact that I can easily be put in check by these men, by men to say, Madlamini, why are you talking about ulwaluko lwamadoda ungumfazi? Why are you discussing this? I'm aware of the cultural imperatives. And so I want to raise this and say, I respect that. I acknowledge my space. I respect your space. I am mindful of your position and my position here. But I also have rights and responsibility like you. So amadoda will say, they don't want women ulwaluko. I agree. Amadoda have come up with a finding to say, when women were involved in the building and construction of the huts for boys, right? They have said, submitted to us that at the end of the house, when they're building the thatch roof, right at the end of the house, they believe women were putting imithi lapaya, right? Traditional medicine, and they call that ugutagat. That actually results in a number of boys dying. They've then agreed that we don't want you there so that we can assess and understand why are we failing suddenly in this practice. We respect that again, right? I want to take, I'm mindful of that position and their submission because our role as women was to bring grass when wakiwa indlu yomkhwetha and assist there. But they are complaining about uktagata, ubugqwirha. We also are mindful of that and we take cognizance of that. So I'm not going to operate as if I am disregarding the existence and the submission made by men. But I'm also aware that we have a role to play as a family because ulwaluko, initiation, is about, it's a family affair. It is also about the community. Obviously, everything that we are doing, we should always be mindful of respect. We come from a position of respect. So when you have boys going for initiation, initially those boys would never go to initiation on their own without their representatives, their fathers, their uncles. But today you find boys doing as they wish. And that's why when they come back insulting their mothers as if abayalwanga ulwaluko. Whereas ulwaluko lune system, it's a very good system. It's a very good practice when it is practiced properly. And I believe it is practiced properly. But I'm also worried about the criminal elements that have come into this practice. And also my responsibility and others to safeguard this practice, right? So obviously, because boys are dying there, we then have a threat. That threat has required that medical doctors last year in the Eastern Cape also pledged their support as a structure to work with traditional leaders in the Eastern Cape. And I think it should not be rejected, but it should be recognized, and that coalition should be strengthened But the challenge is it's the perception around the matter. Boys that are assisted by medical doctors are perceived to be less of a man. So that's the stigma that is created around it. But I think the partnership of first investigating the fitness of Umkhwetha is very important, so that the medical doctor can hand over to the traditional surgeon and say, you can continue with this one. This one is covered by APC. Let us work as Amadot. Again, the other threat has been younger boys less than 18 going for initiation. That actually poses a threat, even mentally, psychologically. And I think this is where we need our counselors through DSD and also with the help of the Department of Health. So you look at these challenges. I am aware that in other provinces outside Eastern Cape, successes have been noted, and how they conduct their practices has been different, even the intake and even the output is very positive at the end. That being said, I'm not saying I'm undermining Eastern Cape, but it is true. There is a high rate of boys dying there. It calls for urgent national attention. So let us be mindful that in terms of our cultural practice, we then have a challenge of medical doctors assisting traditional surgeons in terms of culture, because with regards to our culture, our traditional leaders have the capacity to take care. But the question remains, how are we going to deal with the threats, which is the death of these boys? So obviously, when there is that intervention and that coalition between medical doctors and traditional surgeons, there is a good survival rate of these boys. But besides the intervention of the medical doctors, we also have successful stories that are performed by traditional leaders, not by young boys purporting to be traditional surgeons. So there is a misrepresentation there. With regards to umkhuhlane, as they put it, as it is, versus umkhuhlane, which is the pandemic versus initiation, during this moment, a lot of the traditional leaders, right, on the ground have also expressed concern with regards to the deaths of coming from the pandemic, that a lot of people are dying. How are we going to balance the scale between traditional practices like initiation and the pandemic itself? So I think also it's about perception, because culturally, it does not become a pandemic. It is isifo somkhuhlane, and yet isifo somkhuhlane, it is treated as isifo somkhuhlane. But the reality and the fact, and I think this is where it calls for public engagement and education of the masses out there. And it still calls for attention because it remains a pandemic and a lot of people are dying. So we need to strike that form of balance between all stakeholders so that we all work together at the end of the day for the benefit of all, including all communities, in recognition of all other stakeholders, without working against each other or working in silos. So I would propose that we all come together in unison. I thank you, Chairperson. My apologies for taking too long.
Thank you so much. Before I allow the Minister, because she has requested to be allowed to speak on these matters, she's also engaged in another meeting, but she felt she needed to come in. I see Commissioner Mdende Nokuzola. She wants to add something. Also, then after Commissioner Nokuzola, I will also ask the chairperson to highlight the summary and the recommendation of the report that you commissioned yourselves as a commission in 2020, and how are you taking these matters forward as a commission. Commissioner Mdende.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may be allowed, I would say, call me Mahlangu. Honorable Minister,
from now on,
Deputy Minister, Chair, traditional leaders, and all the members of Parliament, all protocol observed. Chairperson, I'm in a very dangerous situation here, because I am talking between the government and the traditional leadership. I'm in between. Why am I saying so? And I feel that all aspects should be debated here, because I am noticing that we are limiting this rite of passage to one stage, which is a circumcision, which is happening in seclusion. I want to say that, first of all, to introduce myself, I'm talking here as Izibazana. Izibazana means it's a collective name of all the women who, all the mothers of the initiates, who they are called Amazibazana. I'm talking as Izibazana. I'm talking here as Utatobawo, the paternal aunt, who is responsible for making indambo for those boys, to look at the spirituality and the health-wise for those boys. And I'm talking as Umakulu, that is the grandmother, who should make sure that not only one aspect of this rite of passage should be considered, but all the three levels should be taken into consideration. The problem that I'm seeing now, people concentrate on one issue out of three and forgetting about the other two issues, and what are the challenges if those two steps are neglected. What are these steps I'm talking about? I'm talking about I'm talking from a closer perspective, from the rural areas. I'm a rural girl. I grew up there in Willowvale, Contralesa. And also, Lani, have to agree with me, because this is what is happening, and others. With this rite of passage, Honorable Chair, there is Ungena, which is the coming in, which is happening now. It has already started. And according to our tradition, once there's no turning back. What is the government going to do with that? And it is inclusive of all genders. Both males and females are involved. It's not true that women have got no role in this rite of passage. We are involved as grandmothers, as paternal aunts, as mothers. Well, that is why I introduced myself as Izibazana. They know there are roles of Amazibazana here. And now when this boy is taken to seclusion, Entabeni or Reklatini, it is where all these unfortunate circumstances are happening. That is when this boy is under the guidance of males only. Now should the government nationalize this rite of passage because of what is only happening there, which is not the fault of the boys, which is not the fault of the mothers, which is not the fault of the paternal aunts, of the sisters, and so on and so on. I think we must look otherwise. And then there is the coming out. Again, it is inclusive, because now what is the problem? Is what is being happening there, what is being taught there by men. And I am the mother who is going to suffer most. So what should we do as the community when it comes to that? And women now are caught up in between, the regulation of the laws to prevent this death, and are also caught up in the weaknesses, in the laziness, in the carelessness of men in seclusion in one stage. Then what should we do? That is the question that I want us also here to discuss. I'm not going to be long, but now I want us to come to the realities, because to me personally, the suspension is the punishment to boys, is the punishment to mothers, is the punishment to aunts, is the punishment to sisters, because of the psychological and the social effects of this suspension. I'll explain quickly what do I mean with that. And this pain of death of our children has been there before, COVID-19. I don't want us now to have COVID-19 as the first step, as if they were not dying, as if they will be dying now because of COVID-19. They were dying there. Now, and again, my problem, I'm talking as a person, my problem, I heard the deputy minister when he was speaking, he was saying, there's no guarantee, because we don't know in June next year whether COVID-19 will have subsided or whether it will more than this. So that means we are not sure when we will send our children for initiation. I'm not talking about circumcision, because I'm not part of that, Mnandi Atomba and Uluki. I'm not part of that. But for initiation, that means to prepare this boy to be an adult in the future. Now, what will happen? And as I said, Honorable Chair, last time, that there will be psychological and social effects if this is postponed. Why do I say so? What they are sociological? We must understand that according to the COGTA, I'm not saying with other groups, it's not there. According to the COGTA, seniority is not because of the date of birth that I was born in 2020. Seniority for men is calculated on when they went for initiation. And that seniority does not only involve just to say I'm senior to you, it involves many issues like the sitting positions, like even the speaking, like even the job allocations in rituals and so on and so on. So what will happen to these boys if now a boy who is 20 years in 2020 goes in 2022 for initiation? That means this young man will be a life junior of his equals. He will be equal to his juniors. So that is going to affect him mentally, that is going to affect him socially, that will affect him so psychologically and so on, because because this was postponed and postponed and postponed and postponed. Now, there's a question that I think the deputy minister was asking, that our traditional leaders were given a task to answer, that we will be responsible if there are any deaths. I'm going to have a suggestion on that. But my question is, with the taverns, with all these nightclubs, who is responsible for their deaths? Who is made to be responsible for their deaths? That is the problem we're asking ourselves. And okay, now I'm saying, according to our tradition, no one can stop them. Those boys, and that is the protest to prepare them. So can we say they must wait because our traditional leaders have failed to submit 1, 2, 3, 4? Can we say they must wait for that? That is going to be a disaster, Honorable Minister, because even their fathers cannot control them. Londoleo happened not only during this time of COVID, and even when I was still a young girl. That is why we dey uziba kuba ngani uqalisile ukhonya ngoku kwayizeli ihamba nentanga zayo yakhaza ibhlukwe izawuthi seyikhazile ibhlukwe yayo sizikhazile impahla zayo kuthiwe ngogo sukuya. That is going to be a disaster. Iveza ezo zinto ukuba seqalisile ukukhonya, and I think it's already late. Now, what is the solution? The traditional leaders have got
Commissioner?
Okay,
Commissioner,
thank you.
Can you interpret the last part that you were saying in COGTA so that all of us can be at par?
Oh, which one? There were so many. Okay.
The last part before you coming to what you are saying now.
Or what I'm saying, maybe
You were eloquent in closer.
The boys have already started to announce that I am now going to join men. That is what we call Ubukonya. Hey, 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 hey. And we as Amasibazana, the mothers, ululate, and we give them, according to our tradition, we give them meat, which is protein, to prepare them to be fit. So this is already happening now. And once that starts, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about even when I was still a young girl. Once a boy starts cutting the trousers and the clothes as a sign of, I'm leaving you boys now, I'm going forward. Once he starts to do that, not even the father can stop him. That is why he will go. I'm talking about the past. He will go for forced circumcision. See, in Xhosa we say, uyaziba, bazawuziba abantwana honorable chair. Because we can talk about this in parliament and put all these things, but I'm talking about the reality. Now, what is the suggestion? We have people who are custodians of African culture, the traditional leaders. Why are they crying babies to government? A traditional leader has got an area of jurisdiction and has got headmen under him and has got body under him. A traditional leader should be responsible for his area of jurisdiction. That is the solution I'm suggesting, not to suspend it. Thank you.
Can I allow the chairman to talk, the chairman of the commission to talk to these issues quickly? The minister has been waiting. Professor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I need to recognize yourself, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, the Deputy Ministers present, the House of Traditional Leaders, the Chair, the Chairperson of Contralesa, and the protocol observed. I think I have to introduce Dr. Petu, who is the Deputy of the Commission, CEO, Mr. Mafaza, and the two commissioners that have been invited to give the expert knowledge on the issues at hand. Chairperson, in 2017, we as a commission produced a report after an extensive research. That extensive research was predicated upon realization that there are so many deaths that are occurring in the initiation schools. Taking into account that the mandate of the CRL is to protect and promote the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. We are mindful of that mandate to ensure that the rights of communities, even to develop their own diminished heritages, is encouraged as such. We have come to realize, Chairperson, that tradition, culture, are means to an end, not an end in themselves. What do I mean by that? That when one goes for initiation, the purpose of which is a transitional rite of passage from boyhood to manhood, that particular initiation provides the individual with the power to participate in decision-making processes. With that, the express purpose is to share in the privilege and the duties and responsibilities of being a member of the community. And we look at these as a very important training ground for defenders of the communities and the family. Because of that, Chairperson, the end for which initiation aim is to create or to proffer responsible persons or responsible citizens. Those will become the defenders of the nation and defenders of the family. and of course, participating in the decision-making processes. Now, why were we concerned about the initiation schools in our country? Is, as I indicated, the increasing number of young people who would go for initiation and never return. Because in protecting the culture, it is to ensure that the culture must deliver the end, namely, well-initiated or graduated young person who then goes back home to become a responsible citizen. Some of them will end up becoming doctors, while skillful members of the community. So the overarching principle, the overarching value, which underlie the mandate of the commission, is the preservation and the sanctity of life. If the means which we use compromise the end, namely life, then we have a problem. To this end, we as a commission decided to proffer the following as recommendations to ensure the sanctity of the human life. One, that communities should set up traditional initiation leadership structures that would oversee initiation schools. Such structures should serve as support systems and help the police to root out criminality. One of the commissioners has clearly indicated some of the underlying criminalities that have encroached the age-old tradition of initiation. Second, that practice guidelines should be developed to specify what should and should not be done in establishing initiation schools, including support infrastructure. Fourth, that the national legislation should allow age limits to be determined by each province. How did we come to this? Because in Limpopo, they would allow young men as young as 12-year-old to be admitted, while in other provinces there were varied age limits. So we said each province should be allowed to do this. Fifth, that the Children's Act number 38 of 2005 should also be amended as such to allow the varying age limits. Six, that parental guidance, informed consent for all underage boys should be given in writing before they enter initiation schools. And seven, that traditional councils and municipalities should register all initiation activities taking place in their area. The Department of Social Development should provide food parcels where necessary, because we realize they are indigent families who may be interested to ensure that their children also go to initiation schools. 9, the traditional councils and municipalities should designate areas where Ulaluko, Mpato, Levollo could be set up, taking into cognizance the necessary infrastructure, for example, security, clean water, and cultural sensitivities that accompany this process. 10, that prospective initiates should go through a series of prescribed medical checkups and immunization before they undergo initiation. That medical psychosocial support should be provided to all concerned in case of botched circumcision, penal amputation, or death of initiate. And this is a critical area, Chairperson, because the outcry out there is that as young people went for initiation, which is a good rite of passage, when no one or some of them do not come back home, what happens? How do you provide the social psycho support of families? And of course, the issue of accountability. If the school has been illegal, who then becomes accountable for the death of these young people? I think the issue of implementing the laws of our country so that we should not allow laissez-faire practices in the name of a good culture to continue. And for that reason, it's important for us to ensure the implementation of our laws, that our young people are a primary citizen responsibility of our people. And we agree that further research should be conducted in this area, especially when it comes to penile transplants, to assist and support these young people by Department of Health. And that the aim would be to streamline this service to all young people who are who have had experience of penile amputation. Further, Chairperson, we agreed that there should be a special focus on the protection of initiates coming from single female-headed households, because we know the fragility of these families. And this is very, very important, Chairperson, because what we are focusing at is that the school, the initiation school, it's a primary school as a rite of passage from boyhood to manhood, which is an essential link to the family development structure. And for that reason, it is important that those who go to initiation schools should not lose their lives. This for us is sacrosanct. This for us is non-negotiable. Hence, last year or year before last, we requested the provincial leadership of Eastern Cape, when we suspended certain activities, to take young people to a safer school where they could graduate without having to lose their lives. This is where we are at, Chairperson. There is nothing wrong with culture. There's nothing wrong with the rite of passage. There's everything wrong that accompanies this rite of passage, pollute it and destroy it to the extent that the challenge we have, the external forces that are calling that we need to cease to have this particular rite of passage, which we as CRL will continue to defend the existence of this rite of passage. So in the context of COVID, Chairperson, I think the regulations have been made. We support the consideration that the regulation provides. Whichever way, I've just listened that the cabinet is going to make a decision. Obviously, this decision will come from cabinet. As a CRL commission, our interest is in the sanctity, the safety of our young men when they go to the initiation school. That is the bottom line, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Can I recognize the Minister now before we get into discussions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will show my face, but when my network falters, I might switch it off, if you allow, Chairperson.
Okay, it's okay, Minister.
But for now, it seems okay.
You seem to be very.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me recognize all the members of the Portfolio Committee, the traditional leaders who are with us, the Chairperson of the Commission and the commissioners, all the officials and everybody else. I just wanted to just state the facts of where we are now. And I've been listening also to the panelists, some of them, I may have missed others. I just want to start by saying where the chair of the commission left off, because I completely agree with him that the government has no interest in stopping this culture. Government supports the culture to continue, but the government cannot sit by or stand by when there are deaths young people. But I had also Mahlangu, nami ngambiza ngoMahlangu, saying ukuthi if they don't go osutini, they psychological, and I agree. But I also want to say the psychological effects, I'm sure, are even more when you go sutini and ubuyunga senayi penis yakho. So I think government just is interested in avoiding. How can we avoid the deaths, the amputations? So that's what the government has interest in. And it's not the interest that we have now that there is COVID, but it's interest that we've had before there was COVID. And maybe Umadlamini also was saying, what happens? He gets arrested and goes to prison. That's what happens. So there is somebody who takes responsibility for that death. If you kill a person there, you take responsibility, you go to jail. If you die in a tavern, if you kill someone in a tavern or somewhere else. But what I just wanted to then come to is that when COVID struck, already these discussions were going on even before COVID. We've even discussed this matter in the National Traditional House. And I remember even there, Umam Shaul was saying, we want the culture, but we don't want our children to die. So we were even then before COVID saying, we must have people take responsibility of what happens there so that we avoid the deaths and amputations. And then COVID struck. When COVID struck, it became clear that it was going to be very difficult to have these initiation schools without setting up protocols that will allow them to have initiation but not endanger themselves in terms of COVID. And that's why it was agreed. It was consulted widely. And the traditional leaders agreed that we should not have initiation in winter. That's why there was no initiation. It was consulted, it was agreed. Now, with the summer initiation, the government cabinet took a decision that premiers, provinces and traditional leaders provinces working with traditional leaders must make sure that there is registration, accreditation of these initiation schools so that it's known where these are, who is doing, who is in there, Ikankata and all that, so that all that is known. And then to ensure also that the health protocols of COVID, because we're still in COVID, whether you're in initiation school or out of initiation school, we still wear masks, we still wash our hands, we still have to social distance. There will be no exception in initiation schools. So we wrote to all the premiers, we wrote to all the MECs for COGTA, explaining that Cabinet says prior to the opening of initiation schools, this must happen. And so Cabinet has not said we are not going to have initiation schools, but it has said under what circumstances the initiation schools must take place now during COVID. So it is important that then those parameters that Cabinet has set should be met. So the sooner they are met, the sooner the initiation will start. So then we got quite a lot of pressure, particularly from the Eastern Cape. Last week, the Minister of Health was there because as Minister of COGTA, there is no way I can certify and say health protocols are met. That's the responsibility of health. But where the initiation is taking place, it must be known. There must be people who know. So the Department of Health, police, COGTA have been working together, even in the Eastern Cape, to try and make sure that these are met. Last week, the Minister of Health was there, met with some of the traditional leaders and health and COGTA and the police. Yesterday, we had a meeting of all the stakeholders, including SANCO, religious leaders, traditional leaders, health, COGTA, the police. We had that meeting. The Minister of Health was there in the Eastern Cape because of the problem of COVID there, especially in PE. So he was there physically. I joined the meeting through Zoom. The meeting, we had discussions, everybody spoke. And where we are now is that we need a plan that comes from there. The traditional leaders did submit a plan yesterday, and health had some issues that still need to be resolved. And so it was agreed that we must get the plan. At first, they said we'll get the plan on Tuesday. We then said NCCC normally meet on Tuesday. It would be helpful if we were to get it before Tuesday so that it can be, we can look at it, and particularly the Minister of Health, but COGTA as well, we work together on this matter so that we can then submit it. But in the province, everybody must sign off on it so that we know the traditional leaders will take their responsibility and not only say it's the parents. The parents must take responsibility where they should take responsibility. The health department, COGTA, the police, everyone. But of course, there is concern about PE because the numbers there are really high. But that matter, as I'm saying, is being discussed. There are some areas where the traditional leaders there have said no, with COVID, they will not go ahead, even in the Eastern Cape in some parts. But where they want to go ahead, there's no problem. But there must be a plan that addresses the issues of COVID, that addresses the issue last year, lots of kids died of dehydration, that addresses those matters, that there will be water available, and all the things. So we are, as national government, we are waiting for that plan that will come from the Eastern Cape with all the stakeholders signing off it, and then we'll take it to the NCCC and to Cabinet. they also said that there needs to be a lead time because there are things that they can only start doing once the announcement has been made that initiation will start on such and such. So we then said in that plan, they must give us the lead time that they need so that when we announce, if the lead time is 1 week, we can say in a week's time. If the lead time is 2 weeks, we can say in 2 weeks' time. If it's 3 weeks, like that. So it's not that government is postponing, is doing what. And these letters we sent in October, beginning of October, I signed them on the 8th of October to say provinces working with traditional leaders must make these plans. So it's not like we just said, no, there will be no initiation, no. So as soon as we get the plan, it's not going to be announced today that there will be initiation. We will announce when we get the plan. And government looks at the plan and says, yes, the plan is there. Because at the end of the day, if people die either as they've been dying before or of COVID in those initiation schools, the government will have to take responsibility. And that's why we want to make sure that the protocols will be observed. So I don't think there should be a fight on this matter at all. Between government or traditional leaders, there must be unity of purpose to make sure that we work together so that the young people who will be going through the initiation to manhood do that safely and they come out as men alive with all their necessary parts, no amputations and so on. So I really don't know. I'm just pleading that there shouldn't be a fight on this because this matter is being handled by traditional leaders, by health, by COGTA at the provincial level. We are working with them at the national level. As I say, Minister Mkhize and myself were in the same meeting. So let's not fight on this matter. Let's work together to have a plan that will make sure that this custom is done in a safe and in a manner that saves lives, saves so that there are no amputations, including the fact that there shouldn't be drugs there shouldn't be alcohol there, all the things that have come in which shouldn't be in there. So I just thought I should come and clarify because the deputy minister was not involved in these meetings. So it's important. That's why I had to ask somebody to chair the meeting I was chairing for me so that I come and just at least put the facts of where we are with this initiation. So if we get a plan on Monday, by Tuesday, it will be in the NCCC. By Wednesday, it will be announced with the lead time that will be given by the people in the Eastern Cape to say we need 2 weeks lead time. So if we announce today, it can start in 2 weeks or whatever. So Chair, thank you very much. I just thought I should come and put those facts on the table. Thank you.
Sincerely appreciated, Minister. Colleagues, can I see a show of hands? Who wants to speak on these matters?
Chairperson.
Who's calling the chairperson?
Cosima Vosa from Eastern
I can see you, Honorable Kleza. Honorable Kleza, I'm talking to members now.
Oh,
members the opportunity to interact with the presentation. It's members' opportunity to interact with the president. Is it only Honorable Kaza? Alex?
And Hussein, Chair, please. Just put the hand up there.
Hussein Groenewald. Kaba P. Mam Kize.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, I've noted you.
Yes, Chair.
And then, yes, I think that's the list of the members of parliament that want to interact with the presentation. Whoever wants to speak, then they will form part of out of our delegation. If it's the commissioners, it's traditional leaders, they will assist on the responses as members are asking questions. Can we start with Honorable Kleza in that order?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. It's my first time to hear that when initiates or children go to the mountain, there is no woman involved. I received that with awe. And at times, Chairperson, when we are quiet, it does not mean that we don't know these things. When people who have never actually practiced and went through these things speak a lot on it. As things stand, South Africa is influenced greatly by excessive amounts of Western culture propaganda, which altogether turns South Africa into a cultural extension of the West, particularly the US and the UK, making a larger number of companies and countries who are driving this propaganda invested and much comfortable to cash into the erosion of our culture to their benefit. So, Chairperson, the mistake that we could do is to actually allow the situation to persist by having to not acknowledge the fact that we have traditional leadership, we have traditional councils. We are here because we are from rural areas that grew us up, not only as men that would go for initiation, but as men from the beginning in terms of Ibai, that actually announces us as children, preparing us as boys throughout in terms of the respect of women. In Ebuhlandi, in the crawl, Chairperson, Kuko, the first meat that is taken out of the cow is inguba that goes to Ekabin. That says there is acknowledgement of women. There is participation of women. If I'm going to Inkosi, who is Njogweni, in Mpegweni village in Pedi, in the Eastern Cape, the fact that my Inkosi knows that I am going gives rise to the fact that the entire community knows my passing is actually acknowledging it, and the mourning that goes with it. So traditional leaders must really be given ample time to actually go through this, and then provide necessary information to the citizens in terms of what the passage is, because sometimes we really are narrow when it comes to these things. And my worry is that during all this process, and then we move towards the Western colonial side of viewing these things in an African country like ours. And it's it's a great embarrassment actually to get views like that actually are shifting this thing to modernization and commercialization. Like this is some bread in a shop. It's not. This is not a bread. This is not some bread in some shop where we are going to buy it and it must be white in color so that it can be attractive to be bought. It's at the center of our dignity, and the Constitution is clear on restoring dignity to our people. And I don't think that we desire that one. And I agree with Mama Mahlangu that amazibazana are then involved in say practice. There is nowhere where we were prepared food by my cousin sister, my big cousin sister, and we did well. And some of the things that we were taught there are still instilled and still engraved in our being, in terms of the respect of women, in terms of the conduct with the entire world, in terms of the evolution that then you would have to have as a human being, in terms of growth, in terms of psychological, emotional, and physical growth, and then which will then speak to the seniority. Inkwenkwe endala kuthiwa nguNosala, the late boy who goes to the initiation school is said to be uNosala, and there are humiliations that come with that. There are many humiliations that come with that, and in fact to encourage, and there are songs like that go with that. One of those songs is Nosala itself. Nosala, better go to you. That song, it talks about the boys being late to initiation school. So we sometimes really are very disturbed how these views seek to always take our culture towards the views of commercialization. But citizens, chairpersons, the citizens of South Africa must then ask themselves a question as to where the Department of Water and Sanitation was if children die of dehydration. Where was the police where criminal activities occur? Where was the health when botched and forced initiations occur? And province and municipalities where there is no land available for initiation schools. In terms of that, I think that COGTA must take responsibility to ensure that in the spirit of cooperative governance, it brings on board these sister departments or brother departments in terms of working together to ensure that we prevent rather than react. And as we are here to lament on issues, the other issue is pertaining to monitoring, Chairperson. The monitoring systems that must be put in place to prevent again these elements. Thank you very much. I think that that sums up my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kleza. I hope you're gonna sing that song for us post this again as a committee. But let's proceed. Honorable Hussein.
Yeah, okay. Here's I came and sing one line of the song is not doing justice here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank Thank you very much. I just want to make one comment, and I have just one question, Chairperson. I want to say that it does not feel good to sit in a portfolio meeting where you have a dispute of this magnitude that exists. The traditional leaders have a role to play in our society, as they have done for centuries. Governments will come and go, but the cultures will still remain forever. And for whatever the reasons behind the scenes, it's not good to see what's going on at the moment. And I don't think it would be fair on me to pass judgment on who the contributors of it is, except to say that, Chairperson, that I would like to see that in a matter of time, that dispute be resolved as quickly as possible. Because like everything else we do on this portfolio committee, every decision that's taken by whichever structure of government or traditional leadership, it impacts on people's lives on the ground, and we can see that. But I also do think, Chairperson, that having listened to the traditional leaders as well as the minister, and I'm grateful that the minister came in to at least give that perspective, because that was very helpful. Had she not done that, I think that my impression of the situation would have been that the government has not done enough. So I'm convinced that I think that there was some level of consultation and to try and deal with the situation. But I get the impression, Chairperson, that there are two issues at play here, and they are both being conflated. So one is the ongoing problems around the initiation processes, and we're aware of that, and we know that those issues are being dealt with. And then there is the COVID-related issues. I'm not so sure that anyone can say, unless I don't have this information, that will say that X number of boys had passed on from COVID as a direct result of being in an initiation school. I never had that information. So in a way, the impression I get, unless somebody is going to respond and say, well, there are the cases. In place A, 5 boys had died because they contracted COVID at an initiation school. Because if that is the case, if there's no evidence to suggest that is the case, why then is it necessary for us to place that amount of restrictions at this stage on the traditional leadership, on their customary practices? That process is ongoing, as I understand, through the customary bill that's coming before us. That process is ongoing. And is it then necessary for us and for government to place that amount of restrictions? I appreciate the minister says that government has the responsibility to make sure that they step in when children, the young boys, are dying. I agree. And we can't take that away there. That's their responsibility, and we respect that and we appreciate it. But are we not taking that responsibility a bit too far under the current circumstances of COVID-19? And that's the question I would like to ask through the department. How many boys have actually passed away, died as a result of contracting COVID at any one of these initiation schools? If the answer to that question is no, there have not been any, then there should have never been the reason to place that level of restrictions. And they should have been allowed to get on with their lives. While in the process, government is trying to regulate and provide the necessary support and legislation to attend to the ongoing problems there. Just in closing, Chairperson, I hope that we will have another opportunity somewhere down the line, not immediately, to have a further engagement. I'm glad also, Chair, that you postponed this discussion from the previous occasion, because at least now we got to the very bottom of it. If we had had this conversation in the absence of senior traditional leaders giving their perspective on the matter, we would have not understood the background to it. Just the last point that I want to make in fairness to DM Bapela, during the lockdown, Chairperson, and I can only speak based on my own experiences, when certain industries that approached us because of the difficulties of the lockdown regulations, and when I approached DM Bapela to try and assist, I must tell you that we've got full cooperation from him. There was that genuine willingness to try and provide support for the wedding and conference industry, for example, and there are a number of other examples. My own experience was it was never a case that COGTA was being deliberately difficult with us through DM Papela. I got the impression that notwithstanding the difficulties that they were operating under, he did do his level best to try and make sure that people's voices were heard. And it has been because of his intervention that I think that the wedding and the conference industry also had some relaxation on the regulation. So in fairness to him, I think that information should be brought to the portfolio committee. I do hope, however, that the same level of consultation can continue and that respect for the role that the traditional leaders have to play in our society. Even if they are in the wrong and government is in the right, I think government is there to support them, and we work for our communities, not the other way around. I hope that by the time we get an opportunity to engage on the next occasion, that the matter would be resolved to everybody's satisfaction and benefit. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hussein. Honorable Khurnevat. Honorable Khurnevat. Can I allow Honorable Kaba while we wait for Honorable Khurnevat to reconnect?
Yeah, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let me appreciate or welcome the presentation from all the presenters. Chairperson, as myself, I'm a woman of culture, and also let me greet our minister, Mama Mahlangu, and the chairperson of the commission, Amakos Agiti Onke, Akona Atendile, colleagues wam. Chair, I'm the woman of culture. I like culture, Chairperson. But what I don't like about culture, it's when boys are dying regularly in the initiation school. I'll be happy if no government how do we rectify the problem of boys dying in the initiation school? And also, Chair, I will be happy if our chiefs are here when Unkosi talks about the march. I'm happy about that. If they can march as all chiefs go to the union building and talk to the government about the alcohol, because alcohol is finishing our youth in South Africa. I'll be happy if they can march for that also. They not march for initiation only. Even the alcohol, it must be not like a Kuwavelas book. Alcohol is finishing our youth in South Africa. Girls and boys, they are in one line with the alcohol. I'll be happy of that also. And I also, Chair, myself, I cannot say let's stop initiation because of the culture. As I said before, I'm a woman of culture. But what I can say, there must be some plan or some maybe strategy using to do to continue with the culture of all of us in South Africa. Not to say, because I was so worried when we were in this about the coronavirus. When I saw a wedding go to with a white with a white dress, go to the back of police, inside. And also, Chair, when I saw the meat, the cow was slaughtered somewhere else, one of the family was slaughtered with, and they were doing a sogambia in two or three impongolo, so they were just throwing away even meat, even sogambia. Remember that thing, it can kill our culture. I agree with Honorable Teza, about this thing of we must kill our culture, adopt the Western cultures. I don't like that. Because in doing that, to throw away Sokambia before you slaughter the cow, you talk with your ancestors. You tell them what are you doing here. I didn't even hear Inkosi. I didn't even hear Ama chiefs, kings talk about that things. They're supposed to talk about that things because remember, we are not. It's not all of us who are working who can buy cows. Some people to buy cows, you must plan for the year to buy cows to ukwenza utshwala besintu. You must plan for a year until December. You must kill a cow with a one goat, the goat that is talking with your ancestors, and kill a cow and all those things. They are the culture. This is our culture. I didn't hear chiefs talks about that. I don't know why. Because they are talking about culture now. We are talking with culture. We must include all cultures when we are talking about culture. I was so embarrassed because if it was white person doing that, it was not be like that. But it was like that because it was a black person of doing his or her culture. Thank you, Chairperson.
Is Honorable Groenewald back? I can see he's here now. Honorable Groenewald. Okay, if he's not coming in, I will allow the department, the commission, the National House, and Contralesa to respond to the concerns raised by members.
Chairperson.
Oh, you are here now.
Yes, I've been there. My hand has been there, Chair.
Sorry, my apologies.
Can I go on, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first greet the Minister and Deputy Minister, the National House and the Deputy and my colleagues. All protocol observed. Chair, we have been listening to the presentations. Some of these presentations have been very incisive in actually taking the committee on board. Chair, one issue, I think that some of the presentations that actually had really compelling reasons for the Eastern Cape to bring forward this application that the prohibition perhaps be lifted, so that we are in a position to obviate and preempt all pressures and the unnecessary abductions that would follow as a result of the fact that we are under lockdown. And therefore, the initiation in this season is a matter, if the committee they know it's not a matter that is not going to take place. But I'm also comforted by the presentation by the minister that all what has been wanted was that a plan with lead time should be submitted as agreement yesterday. That's what is comforting me. We need therefore, Chair, to cooperate and cooperate. But first, to ensure that the department has the support to traditional authorities so that they may be seized with this work, because the presentation by Inkosi Nkonyana indicates that already there are 20 illegal schools that have mushroomed. And Chair, indeed, a number of illegal schools are mushrooming. In my PCO, which is Mbizana, we have just doused one of such illegal schools where boys were abducted 3 days ago. And they were kept in Ward 8. Inkosi Nkonyana would know that. So it is important that because of the pressure, the peer pressure, and what Andile has actually clarified, is a matter that this, because the pressure, the Eastern Cape is under pressure, perhaps it was important that these processes of bringing up the plan are actually attended to. And at the same time, we ensure that the support mechanism and monitoring is provided to traditional councils, because no traditional leader has a capability of detecting the intention first of establishing these illegal schools, initiation schools, whether a capability also to speedily, without the assistance of the police and the other task teams, to deal with these matters. So it is important to share that these reasons put forward actually give us an indication that it is important as well, in order also to save lives. On a critical balance with saving lives from COVID, we must also save lives in this, because initiation also has some spirituality besides being a cultural ritual. There's some spirituality in it, which is part of being, and then this matter should be attended to. Then, Chair, my submission is that perhaps with this presentation that have been made, it would be proper that the plans as requested in the meeting that has been set are actually forwarded, so that speedily government would be in a position to consider those plans, so that we speedily actually quell the tension that is simmering around the question that the boys azawuziba, and this would actually lead to the mushrooming of illegal schools, and will be opening up an opportunity for the commercialization of this cultural ritual, which we do not want. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mpumza. On my part, there are issues that I want to ask the Deputy Minister and the DG. The other issue will be one to Contralesa. Can we then get the latest update regarding the initiative to integrate medical male circumcision into initiation practice? If there's a progress of that or not, what are the major challenges in this regard? The other issue that one wants to get clarity on is the issue that the Commission raised. I'm sending it back to the Deputy Minister and the DG. Is the introduction of compulsory pre-medical screening in effect? Is it actually yielding any benefits? Then the other issue that one wants clarity on is, well, in what ways is the initiation process ensuring that there is more emphasis on the role of parents as central to the initiation practice? And then the other issue that I want clarity on is that what has been the track record regarding the arrest and prosecution of illegal initiation school owners? And then the other issue that one want to hear, I'll come to it later, then are there any negotiations currently going on between Contralesa and the national government to lift the prohibition on initiation in respect of the Eastern Cape? And then the issue that I want clarity as well is, what is the plan to enforce the current draft regulation or direction contemplated in slide 11 of the DTA presentation? I think you've put something there on your presentation that I want clarity. I'm raising this because if we have listened to the minister carefully, the minister affirmed government position that initiations remains prohibited until provinces can take full responsibility and present their plan to prevent death of the initiates. And then it's on record that all 8 provinces, the MECs have written back to the minister and indicated that they have suspended initiation in their provinces. It's only in the Eastern Cape, and the Eastern Cape has not presented a tangible plan, which yesterday, in fact, the Minister of Health is on record. He was very strong to ask that the plan should be revised as it is very weak. So then if we are to read the regulation 73, level 1, regulation 73, it then it means that as per the current regulations, initiations remains prohibited, though we know that there's been a letter that the minister is also communicated to the Premier of the Eastern Cape, wherein she indicated and gave reference to the meeting of cabinet that was held on the 30th of September, which the province of the Eastern Cape seems not to have complied with. So basically that's the issue. Then it means then until such time, then regulation 73 will then apply, because if it's then the province of the Eastern Cape then comply, it means then the plan will then go to the National Command Council, and that's when then the matters the minister has explained will then be considered, and then further regulations will be gazetted to that effect. So those are the matters that we want the entire team to respond to. And then those are the issues that let's then deal with that. Okay, sure. Minister, I see
could
you
I
there.
just answer?
Yes.
Can I answer just one question before I go to my meeting? Then I'll
Okay,
leave
Minister.
the rest. I just wanted to clarify that we are not taking responsibility away from the traditional leaders. Government cannot take over this cultural practice, but that's why, in fact, even in the letter we wrote to the provinces, we said the provinces must work with traditional leaders to produce these plans, because we understand the centrality of the traditional leaders in this matter. Then there was a specific question asked about how many initiates have died because they were in the initiation school have died of COVID. There hasn't been initiation since COVID. So there would not have been an initiate dying in the initiation school because of COVID, because there hasn't been. The reason we are saying there should be health protocols is because we want to prevent, because we know in some of the initiation schools there are lots of young people, and the distance is not kept, but also what the population is asked to do, to wear masks and all those things, should be the same, because the initiates live in society. And we know also that you can have COVID, especially the younger people, without even knowing you have it, without any symptoms, but you can pass it on to somebody else. And if they pass it on to other people, those initiates, when they get back home, they will then pass it on to the people at home. So we are just trying to prevent. It's not because we are saying there has been deaths, because there have been no initiation. But we don't want to take a chance and say initiates are not bound by the protocols that are in society. So health is making sure that the plan sticks to the protocols. So those are the questions that were asked directly to me, and I thought I should just respond to them. So we are working with the Eastern Cape, and as soon as we get the plan, as the chair says, it will go to the NHTL, and then the regulations will be amended as such. Thank you very much. Chairperson, may I go back to the meeting I was chairing?
Thank you, Minister. Can I allow then the
Am I released, Chair?
Yes, you are released, Minister. Thanks for coming. Then can I allow the Deputy Minister followed by the...
Apologies, Chairperson. My permission to speak, Chairperson.
Don't do that. Are you a Deputy Minister?
No, Chairperson.
DG?
Chairperson?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issues raised in terms of the plan, as the Honorable Mamkize has indicated, I think that is the general sentiment that forms part of the way forward. But perhaps just to speak specifically to the issues, Chairperson, that you have raised, I think the challenge at the moment is the absence of national legislation. So what we have at the national level are initiation school policy guidelines, which in themselves are not supported by an enforcement mechanism. So if we look at the issue of integrating medical male circumcision into the cultural initiation, customary initiation practice, it's then left to the different provinces, for example. So there are other provinces that are doing it, but there isn't anything that basically says you will have to do it that way. However, if you look at the customary initiation bill, it makes specific provisions where it says where circumcision has to take place, it will either have to be done by a registered medical practitioner or a registered traditional surgeon. But then it provides specific requirements. If it is performed by a registered traditional surgeon, that it should be a traditional surgeon who is also a registered medical practitioner, or if not is not registered a medical practitioner, then should conduct the circumcision under the supervision of a registered medical practitioner. if such traditional surgeon is not a registered medical practitioner. So this then is an attempt to make sure that there is that greater integration between medical male circumcision and the customary practice of initiation, and the legislation then provides a basis for doing that. I think that also applies to the issue of pre-screening, because it's there as required by the guidelines, but there is unevenness in terms of compliance with that. And then also there are weaknesses that, and it linked to the issue, Chairperson, you're raising about the role of parents, because we had a report in the Eastern Cape last year where the parent quite correctly was interested in pre-screening, took the child to a medical practitioner, and the medical practitioner said, no, this child has a pre-existing condition, is not going to make it. So then the parent went away, brought another child, and that child was assessed and was given a clear bill of health by the medical practitioner. So then the parent took the certificate that clears the other child and then used it to have the other child go to initiation school. And as fate would have it, that child died, just as the medical practitioner had said, because of the pre-existing condition, this child will not be able to make it. So it links to this issue of the role of parents. Now, the bill at the moment has a whole section, section 22, that deals with the role of parents and it specify the kinds of roles that they should play, and it ranges from the decision on whether the child should attend initiation school or not, and whether if the child has to be circumcised as part of this practice, whether it should be MMC, medical male circumcision, or whether it should be traditionally. Those are the kinds of the roles that the parents should play. The parents should disclose information as well to the principals and caregivers, whether they are pre-existing conditions of the child, whether the child is on medication, and all those kinds of things. But the parent also has a responsibility to satisfy themselves that the school they are taking their child to is registered, and all those kinds of areas. So what that does then is to try to deepen the role that parents should play and ensure that they take responsibility for their part. Plan to enforce at this stage. What we are trying to do when we look into the regulations is to ensure that there are clear provisions that relate to reporting on these matters, clear provisions that relate to non-compliance, that relate to penalties, and so on. And alongside that, the discussions with stakeholders then will be to say, if we look at the role players, the different responsibilities, and so on, how do we consolidate it into an enforcement plan? So we're taking that parallel to the process of rethinking the regulations, so that at the time the announcement is made, when an announcement is made from our side with the relevant stakeholders, we are ready to make sure that we assist with the process of enforcement. There will be a greater role for parents, of course, because ultimately there is a responsibility that they have to make sure that they take their children to places where they are confident that these places comply with the requirements as stipulated in the regulations. The other comments, Chairperson, we note in them the issue the Honorable Tessa has raised about concerns about culture and Western culture is seemingly getting greater preference as opposed to our own culture. And then the issue the Honorable Hussein has raised about the initiatives that have died, the Minister has dealt with it. I hope I've covered the issues, Chairperson. Thanks.
DM.
I'm here.
Yes, you can proceed now.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you, Chairperson, and all the comments from all people who had participated, including the traditional leaders that are present here. Let me start with the National House of Traditional Leaders around the issues of a directorate in the department and also a permanent body that will then look at initiation and not only comment or come in when is that season. That matter has been long proposed, and we hope therefore that once the customary initiation bill is law, it will empower us towards such an establishment. I've been crying out for it myself as a DM. I've engaged the DG on it so several times that in the absence of the law, we can then dedicate certain officials that when the season is up 2 months, 3 months before, you go in, work with the provinces, because the provinces are there on the ground. Traditional leaders are go on the ground just to go and see what is happening, and also tracking the issues that might have arisen in other seasons and whether mitigation factors have been put in place. And likely, I did participate in the finalization of the legislation in the Eastern Cape. Because those were the weaknesses that were identified earlier on. And when they strengthened the legislation, we were part of that particular process. And in the launch of the legislation, I participated also there. But indeed, Inkosi Mahlangu, we are taking the issue and we don't have to wait for the law. But fortunately, the law has now been finalized. This legislation has been 3 years in the making. Since I arrived in, I initiated that process that national legislation was weak, neither here nor there. Certain provinces have their own legislations, some strong, some not. And then for us to be able to have a strong, I initiated that process. And consultations were done with the houses, consultations were done with Contralesa. It might have been 3 years ago. And then memory, I think, it serves that we should then know that we all participated in the initiation, that first at the policy level, and also in the understanding of what is it that we are legislating, because and I remember expressing myself also in those particular workshops that government should not be legislating culture and expressions of cultures. But it is unfortunate that on this instant, we have the right and the duty as government. Chapter 2 of the Constitution says that we are here to protect life. And if life is not protected in any circumstances, that requires some kind of legislation. But otherwise, if these issues of amputations, the injuries, the abductions, the wrong things that are happening there, the commercialization and so forth, and then CRL Commission had commented on some of those issues. We did look at all those things so that the legislation then can just deal with those elements that are out of we have been wrongly done, so that we could then bring that dignity in our culture and ensure therefore that we're able to fulfill. On the medical practitioners, quite a number of provinces, Limpopo and Mpumalanga have embraced, but obviously the embracing differs from one province to the other. Indeed, in the Eastern Cape, before a child goes in, they have to go to a doctor to then begin to prescribe whether there's any underlying illnesses that the child has, so that by the time the child presents themselves, they must produce that letter, the medical certificate, to say, I do have these underlying factors. And they had also engaged, I mean, it was a very difficult process. Engagements also took place where those with asthma, then they will then be known. Those with other underlying illnesses, they are now being known because the medical certificate will show, and the sensitivities that goes with that element are included. The difference, therefore, is in other provinces, those who are from the initiates, who are medical doctors, have been embraced and allowed to be there in the initiation school, because it's a sacred place. Not everybody is allowed to go. Only men and then who have been to the initiations are allowed. So Limpopo has embraced them, Mpumalanga has embraced them. That's why you see the numbers of casualties going down. In the Eastern Cape, is still a debate and a discussion and so forth. The issue of taking people to hospital, I did say in my remarks that is not a desirable way of doing things. It really strips the dignity. And then those children end up going back to re-circumcise because they ended up in hospital. It's only when we have cases of casualties and that we had to rescue. But there was one NGO that helped, worked very well with the traditional leaders in the Eastern Cape, that will then provide facilities next to where initiation is, not a distance, so that if any casualty happens, whether it's a botched one or not, then they can then be able to rescue those kids by not taking them to hospital within the bush itself, to have medical experts that are there. And I think that program ought to be supported. It might be scaled up. It needs resources. And then both Department of Health and COGTA must then look at that issue so that it was well received in the Eastern Cape in that model, not any other model. The model that was rejected, obviously, I agree with the traditional leaders, was wrong when some NGOs who had employed white people will come in and say, we're coming to do this. That was interference, obviously, with culture. But there seems the other one that worked is this other one. The tracking of the illegal schools is still very difficult to really say, except those that we found. We do have records and then the statistics on in, but quite a number of the others is so difficult to get, because those who are doing it illegally will not just do it nearer the eyes of anybody. They will go deep in the forest. They'll go high up in the mountains. And in Gauteng, they'll go into the disused buildings that are abandoned. You will never even know that there's some activity happening there. And then those who then get kidnapped, they get taken deep into the other rural parts of our country from Gauteng without the permission of the parents and so forth. So it's a striving element that will want to delegitimize with this law. That is why the law says if you are find you already running an illegal school, we will then have to face a minimum sentence of 5 years, whether there were casualties or no casualties. But should we find you running an illegal school? So that will be a deterrent, Chairperson, that we think the law, and maximally will go in depends of what happened when we were running that school. If there were casualties and injuries, we'll add those particular. If there were assaults, abuse of alcohol and drugs, we'll add those into the charges so that you could go even to the maximum 25 years in relation to just running an illegal school. Then on the issues of me having the interest of the traditional leaders, I do have them. And in total, since I arrived, I initiated the TKLP, drive that process to the conclusion until it was in Parliament, working with the traditional leaders, working with the houses, working with everybody. The Cultural Initiation Bill was me again. I don't want to blow my trumpet on this particular issue. The issues of though some issues are very, very difficult, we will not resolve them. The issue of the remunerations, obviously there's an independent remuneration, but our voice are with the traditional leaders that this issue ought to be resolved, and I'm there standing with the traditional leaders. The issues of the tools of trade, we are working hard, and it's just the treasury that seems to be an area where we're not winning in ensuring that this matter is resolved once and for all. And I'm glad that Inkosi Nonkonyana and the Secretary General of Contralesa do acknowledge that they have been with me in many other situations. But obviously they got disappointed with the latest statement, just that statement, and which I'm just gonna say a brief, because the minister has covered quite a number of issues. The statement was just expressing a cabinet decision as it still stands in law. Section 76 of the Disaster Management Act that says initiation is prohibited, further reinforced by the Cabinet of September. And the statement does say there are talks and engagements that are still going on, but we'll wait for those outcomes of the talks and those engagements. And the minister has then further elaborated that it was only last week and in this week where some concrete plans are emerging. But before then, since October, November, these plans were not there. There were intentions that were there, but not the plans as concretized by the minister. So it was in that, but probably in the debating, because in the statement, if you read it, it's just as clean as that. But in the debates, when people were asking questions, explain this, explain that, and explain that, there could have been an issues that might have been muddled in that particular debate, I don't deny. And indeed, going forward, we'll be able to clarify those issues. But I don't think there will be an apology to say it's prohibited. It is prohibited until such time. But then in the utterances, in answering questions, if there are issues that one might have done, I will then go back and clarify them, those particular issues, so that this culture, Lorna, does get respect, and also the confusion that might have arisen, the clarities will be able to give. And then once the cabinet has reconsidered any of the plans that has still been sent back for consideration, hoping that they will be there for the NCC next week, Tuesday, and the cabinet on Wednesday, will be able then to clarify even further around those particular issues. So therefore, Chair, I think those are the issues that I will then indicate and then share, but otherwise, quite a number of useful points came out of the discussion, the debates, and the engagements, and quite a number of those issues will be resolved by the law. But also, we just, as I said earlier in my opening remarks, we have been working well with the traditional leaders. We'll continue to do so in a number of other programs that are unfolding, including the traditional court bill that I've worked very hard with Inkosi around finding each other with those who were opposing it and wanting to take government to court. We're able to resolve on those issues to see, therefore, that my mandate, I carry it to the latter, and therefore, and I respect the role and the custodianship of the traditional leaders. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks. And sorry about the earlier, I was attending on behalf of the minister, the other meeting of the IMTT on Northwest. So I had to go and represent the views and come back. And by the time you shouted at me, I was in that meeting. Now I'm back again in the meeting, being double deployed here.
And Brian was very playful. Instead of him telling us that you are there, he wants to speak as if it's you. I don't know who's Lagama Vuso. This hand has been up indefinitely. In my guest list, I don't have this name. And the hand has been...
Thank you, Tlalo.
You must first introduce to me who you are before I allow you to speak.
I am Nkosi Mavuso, acting chairperson.
Are you?
Acting chairperson, Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders.
Oh, okay, and that is it. And I'm so sorry about that, because I saw your hand has been consistently up. I didn't know. Isn't that this meeting are also open to the public? I was not given a delegation list. Can you pardon me for my ignorance, please?
That's fine.
So you are part of the solution. Assist on the concerns raised by MPs.
Thank you.
The person.
Manibulise kumntu wonke Hlalo. Walapha enhlanganisweni. What we have done, Hlalo, we have made a proposal to the Eastern Cape government after a consultation with the SANCO, Moral Regeneration Movement, Inkolo Yakwandu, the 6 local houses of traditional leaders, and Eastern Cape Contralesa. We agreed that Masilivule Ulwaluko for summer season. I must say, Hlalo, when we're in level 5 during winter season, there were illegal initiates in OR Tambo, about 20. But our working committees managed to close all of them.
That's good.
And now we're in level 1. We made a proposal to the Eastern Cape government at the PICC. PICC is the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, which the Premier, MEC for COGTA, MEC for Social Development and Health, and Department of Sports, Arts and Culture sits and discuss initiation as per the Eastern Cape legislation. We made that proposal to Cabinet after that discussion. Our proposal is anchored on what you can call a risk-adjusted strategy for the province. In that risk-adjusted strategy, it talks about health protocols. For an example, we're saying that strategy initiates in one initiation lodge. There must only be 2. There must be no sanitizer in the initiation lodge because it's flammable, it has alcohol. We say it must be soap and water. There are no visitors who will be allowed or they'll bring COVID to initiates. Parents have to take full responsibility to provide PPE for the traditional surgeon, the traditional nurse, and the initiate. In the risk-adjusted strategy, there are areas in the province that we don't want to open initiation. For instance, in Alfred Nzo and parts of COGTA, because the Khubis and Abesutu, they take initiates in large numbers, and they requested that they be excused during COVID, or they can't do it. And some portions of COGTA district. So in those areas, there will be no initiation. And even Nelson Mandela, because there's a resurgence in Nelson Mandela and numbers are going up. So initiation will not be taking place. A delegation met with Minister Mkhize in PE at Livingstone Hospital. We presented the strategy. And the minister said we must improve there and there and there and there. And we did that. And yesterday, we had a follow-up meeting whereby we were asked to do some minor additions into the plan. We're working on that. We intend by tomorrow to give that plan to Minister Mkhize so that it can move those processes of the National Command Council until announcement on Wednesday. But by Monday, definitely our minister and Minister of Health will have it, and the Deputy Minister. In that strategy, we have partners in this because traditional initiation is under-resourced by the department. We formed a partnership with an NGO called Right to Care, Society for Family Health. Those 2 NGOs, they are bringing about 34 million rand in the whole campaign in the summer season, in terms of radio slots, in terms of PPE, in terms of protective wear for working committees that will be going to this initiation. In that risk-adjusted strategy, there are even hospitals that have been set aside, or say a ward, a hospital ward that have been set aside. In any case, there's an outbreak of COVID in initiates. It's contained in that strategy. We have a partnership with the Nelson Mandela Hospital, the urology department, so that it can come with that technical expertise. As you can see, Salo, the department does not have a program on initiation. It's reactionary. And up to an extent that Traditional Affairs has a program and fund Ulwaluko properly so that we don't have these problems. Izolo Hlalo, we had a discussion with the PITT which is the Provincial Initiation Task Team. SAPS is complaining already that they are stretched, and their business is not to close initiation lodges, is to prevent crime. In these police stations, Vulindlela in Tanzania, one in McClintown, one in Libote, one Obuhle in Udineg, and Kemesh and Lady Fred. Already, they have arrested illegal initiates, and parents and one surgeon have been arrested. And we are worried that exams are coming to end, so many initiates will be going in. So we're saying in that strategy, we must be given at least a week so that we can mobilize the working committees at the Traditional Council level. We raise awareness to people. Although even the Act says it should be at 2 weeks, at least we'll try and mobilize so that people can go, at least they are aware of the dangers of COVID. I think so. So the document will find its way to the minister and it will be submitted to Minister Mkhize, and it goes those processes of the Command Council over the weekend. I thank you, Sal.
Sincerely appreciate your input, Acting Chair of the House in the province. It opens some light for us to have a better understanding as to what is the provincial house dealing with these matters. And then Inkosi Nokonyana, it's your time now to respond to some of the issues as raised. On behalf of Contralesa, I've got the apology that the General Secretary had to leave the meeting.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I don't know, I'm trying to be seen. I don't know.
You did it very well. What happened now? Last time you did it so well.
Yeah.
Last time you did it so.
Yeah, but I can't see me.
We can't see you too.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Just one.
But you can.
1 minute. Whilst I'm trying to be seen, I see others, not me. Okay. Yeah, I'll be seen now. Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Chair and honorable members and everyone in the House, I greet you all again this afternoon. And I want, for the first and foremost, thank you, Chair, and thank the members, and thanks my colleagues in the traditional leadership, and of course the organizations, CRL and the department for the valuable inputs. I will start with what you raised, Chair. First, the issue of integration of medical doctors. And of course, also at the same time, deal with the issue or the perception, wrongly in my view, that we don't want to involve them, but I'll explain. In the Eastern Cape, fortunately, we do have medical doctors who themselves have undergone this custom, and we're working with them in all our areas. So there's no scarcity about it. But what we cannot work in the circumcision projects.
You have reduced the volume. Where is it? You have reduced the volume. We can't hear you anymore.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, thank you so much. I was just saying we're working with medical doctors. There's no problem. And but in the circumcision lodges in particular, we are working only with those that are circumcised for obvious reasons. And because even men who are not circumcised are not allowed there. And again, I wanted to add, we also have the traditional healers. And they are working hand in glove with the medical doctors. We have no problem about that. I hope that will clear that. Then the second is the question of the role of parents. You're quite correct, Chair. It is necessary. I think Postima who spoke before me and all other traditional leaders who spoke, it is very, very critical that the parents must have a role and in the initiation process. As my mom then or my sister then correctly pointed out, their role is very, very valuable. And therefore, it is critical that they must be involved from the onset and until, of course, after the end. But there are areas that they cannot. Fortunately, all the members of parliament are sensitive about that. And I want to emphasize, therefore, that even in terms of our culture, even if there is any divorce or separation, or another one has got another partner, they must actually be together during this process, especially during the critical period, and in terms of our own culture. And then on the issue of working together with the government, I think it is vital, it is key. We cannot do it alone. Yes, it is our primary responsibility as traditional leaders to make sure that in terms of tradition and culture, they are practiced, but we cannot do it alone. Hence the need for the government to work hand in glove with us. And of course, our government, especially in the Eastern Cape, from the local government to the provincial government, we are really working hand in glove with them. And I can assure you, thus far, we're very, very, very good. And on the issue of tangible plans, and I will deal with that. I think the acting chair of the House, was also the deputy of Contralesa in the province, has already indicated that there are plans in place. And I can indicate that as Contralesa, we're going to interact immediately with that plan, make sure that it is all inclusive. And I agree that that plan will be in the hands of the national minister by Monday, with a view that the regulations are issued by Wednesday, as Honorable Minister already pointed out. And in respect of the Honorable Member Kaba Java about, I'm happy that she says it's good that we're going to take an action to enforce the rights of our traditional communities. And she's quite correct that we can do more in respect of any other things. And I want to assure her that yes, we are all concerned, not only on that, even about the corruption that has benefited the COVID-19 regulations, funding. And we are concerned. And of course, we are not like politicians take step is quickly as all that. We consult with the relevant people before dealing with that. And the honorable member from DA, I'm very happy that he says our deputy minister, to his credit, he reacted positively in terms of their industries, which is good. And that is exactly what we want. Nothing more, nothing less from our deputy minister. And as the deputy minister has correctly pointed out, we have been working together. He just disappointed us on this issue. And it's quite clear that there has been a communication breakdown. And in that regard. And the CRL, thank you very much. You know, Honorable Chair, last year, if I'm not mistaken, we were taken aback by the CRL actually pronouncing that there must be ban of initiation, and especially in the Eastern Cape. And their input today is really pleasing to me, I'm sure to everyone else, because we were worried how the institution that is supposed to really promote our culture would actually advance the very, very opposite. Thank you very much. I think their input is very, very valuable, and today. And again, with Mamam Dede, I think she come with a very perspective of the role of women, and I think she acted as an aunt and a sister and a mother, and that must bring therefore me to the minister's intervention. You see, the Honorable Nkosazana Zuma today has demonstrated once more that we have got leaders who are principled, the leaders who like the law to be followed, and the leaders that must listen to everybody. And it reminds me that when there was a lockdown, and when we asked as traditional leaders after the lockdown was pronounced, before we were consulted, she was one of those who understood us. When we asked questions, what do you mean when you want us to be in our homes as traditional leaders? And again, true to her undertaking, the regulations were actually promulgated, actually providing for traditional leaders to be performing essential service. Her intervention now that indeed there was been an interaction with our government, and she is really open to it, and that there is no intention on the part of our government really to undermine our submission. All the government wants is to make sure that if it is done, it is done properly and with due regard to the laws of the country, and of course to the safety of our children. We are actually on the same page with our minister. I'm very, 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 very happy about that. Together with her undertaking that if it is received by Monday, and as we, the leadership of the Eastern Cape, was saying today publicly, it will be done. And the NCCC will be able to interact with that on Tuesday with her understanding. And of course, with the understanding of our Deputy Minister now after this interaction. And we have no doubt, therefore, that by Wednesday next week, at least a proclamation will be issued to amend that Regulation 73, and so that it is also allowed. And of course, to comply with the health protocols. There we are with our government, and the traditional leaders will be able and to make sure that these are actually being known by everyone, and it will give us a space really to harangue our own people to make sure that they must now cease to do what they are doing. And this mushrooming of illegal initiation schools in the province is a concern to all of us, and for obvious reasons. And again, in around Tanzania yesterday, about one, some boys were actually burning tires. And we were actually thinking that there will be civil disobedience. I think this will be now quelled, and even we will reconsider even the steps that we are going to take to against our own government, to march, to enforce the right of our communities. And all I can say, therefore, Chair, is that as Contralesa, we're very, very happy with this interaction. And we hope then by Wednesday, then there will be a gazette and a pronouncement from our national government that the initiation is also allowed under conditions that we are all understandable. And then that from now as a direct result of this, our communities must stop, and our boys must stop going to illegal schools. They must wait until such time there is this announcement, so that they can go there properly and obey the laws of the country and undergo the initiation properly, and with a view that they emerge, as one of the members of parliament correctly pointed out, as the members that can be appointed, they can be hopes of each and every household, each and every community, each and every region or province and the nation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, I don't think we need to end it here with this proposal to say this is the matter that is very close to our heart as the committee. And then at least I'm glad we've managed to bring every stakeholder involved in one place, that we continue to discuss these matters. And I think this is a matter that we are going to continue to follow up, because we can't be reactive time and again. What gave me comfort is what the chair of the house in the province also said. But then I'll allow Honorable Kaiser to make a quick follow-up. Then I'll close the meeting on that note, so that we can deal with the next item. And people must first break for lunch so that we can be productive to deal with the other presentation. Yes, Honorable Kaiser.
No, I don't have a follow-up, Chairperson.
I saw you coming on the screen, then I thought maybe I'm closing, you are unhappy.
No, thank you.
No, okay, then yeah, I think then at the end of the day, when we started the meeting, the chambers were so high. I'm glad that as we're closing, we've managed to find each other. And then the commitment from the province and the issue that, and I'll plead that a deputy minister must not be treated in isolation of the collective, because what the message is communicated by a minister is the same message that the deputy minister communicated. Hence, I was able to sum it up the way I did earlier in the presence of the MEC, of the minister. My apologies. To say then, I think you need then to just revise the plan as proposed by the minister, and then you can see the commitment of government to say, if then you put a plan with responsible persons, there's no way that cabinet is not going to adhere to your request and make sure that regulations are gazetted to that effect. Then it's a matter that when you are working together, then we can then make this place to live in. Our concern, Chief Nonkonyana and the chairperson of the house in the province, Inkosi Mavuso, it's the lives that has to be preserved. Like what Honorable Kaiser has indicated in Mamkize, this is culture and tradition. At the end of the day, we've got a duty to preserve the lives of the people that go there. That's why, if we're getting this commitment that then, as the chairperson in the province has said, together that multidisciplinary task team of the police, the department, and the Department of Health and Traditional Affairs, and everybody playing their part, I think then this can be done. And observing, isn't that you talk about the risk strategy, then you make sure that you comply with that. Then I think even moving forward post-COVID, if that to be followed, our worry is the fatalities that happen. I was teasing some of the colleagues earlier to say, are you ready? Is there anyone of you who's ready to donate their organ? In case where Inkosi Mahlangu, the National House Chair, has said to say there's a situation where in then some people then lose their manhood for life. I don't think that's the intention of this culture or tradition of initiation, as Dlamini has explained it. Umanokuzola Dlamini has explained it. So let's preserve what is ours by adhering to these strict rules and compliance to make sure that at the end of the day, lives get preserved. I should think, given the limited time in the next year, we must have a collegium on these matters, Inkosi Nonkonyana, so that we start to deal with this matter, and then to condemn those rogue elements who run bogus initiation schools, and then to say then maybe we intensify, because the issue of the police capacity to deal with these matters, if what Inkosi Mavoso has been saying, that the police who has got an attitude to say our priority is to fight crime, not to police a bogus initiation school. We all agree that bogus initiation school is crime. So it must be treated the same way like any other criminal act that the people are perpetuating. So we shall thank you. And then I think this meeting has also assisted all of us. Out of this meeting, I think Inkosi Nongonyana, that tone on the issue statement issued, it's gonna be better, because in the public eye, it's like there's serious material differences, whereas it's a matter of finding each other, which I believe this meeting has assisted us, and the minister's commitment on behalf of government, I think it will take us a long way in making sure that then we deal with these issues. I'd urged earlier, I think during the week, to ask Deputy Minister Papela to talk to you in Inkosi Nongonyana for some time in the other meeting. We had the meeting to say, hey, Deputy Minister, it's like there's a social distance between the two of you. Can you improve on now? I think that engagement must still continue, but I must thank you, Deputy Minister, for availing yourself, also for articulating what is government policy thus far. And then we make sure that is adherence, because when we saw those statements earlier without proper briefing, it raised an alarm to us as a committee to say, can these traditional leaders be so reckless when we're under COVID-19 and there's Regulation 73 and Cabinet has instructed the province to come with plans? Because it's only a province that said we are ready. So make sure that plan complies, so that the National Command Council can approve it, so that then that will come later in the regulation on how are you going then to hold these initiation schools. Under the circumstances, we always learn to have a vast persons of your caliber in meetings like this, the colleagues from the commission, yourself, traditional leadership, national chair and deputy chair, together with your entire entourage. We want to also thank you, Professor Musoma, for making time. Then can we then adjourn for lunch for those that still need to attend, especially the National House, and everybody, those who want to attend to our CWP presentation, will reconvene at 2:10. I'm giving you a 30 minutes lunch break.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure, the pleasure is mine.
Thank you, Chair.
Much, Chairperson, for very constructive engagement.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Our Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
I thought it's a comeback.
Ngikukhumbule mani umuntu wakithi man, hayi.
Ngizawuza la eParliament, dadethu.
Ubuya wawungabuyi man.
Hey, uyangichaza lapho, you're working hard. Okay.
Pumza.
Leadership.
Kuthiwe sibuya nini konje? Sengigodlile.
Okay.
Kuthiwa sibuya nini?
10 past.
10 past ba.
Wo hayi.
10 past ba.
Ceza.
Ah.
Ceza.
Bolo.
Unjani? Thetha
molweni.
Abantu ababhinqileyo pha thetha inyani. Asifuneki lisiko elo thetha inyani. Masibe.
Hayi bakhona zange
kwenye indawo. Kaloku sihamba umgaqo othile. Xa sifika apho sinikezele.
Intambo yakho
Thetha inyani
njalo. Hayi yona wele i-subcultures ezi sisusa zona. Yeke yona njengibaya njalo.
Andandazi uba nikhethe kanjani kodwa bonke omadlamini balapha namhlanje.
Amago.
Zimbi indaba.
Izibe yena phaye
ukuthi hayi khona
sitsho saphelela.
Kunetiye la kwaDlamini lapho.
Ugcwala omadlamini.
Yimlowo mqo.
Kaloku kubi abantwana bayahamba so omadlamini babhinqele phezulu.
Okay.
Okay.
Bathi sibuya sikhathi bani Ceza?
10 past 2.
Oh, ayi phela bengisalalele uZondo ngapha. uZondo uyashisa ngapha Ceza hayi.
Kuntima.
Kumatima.
Kuntima mpe.
Hayi. Ziyabuya la.